Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. My name is Owen, and joining me, as always, are the Popcaster panel. First off, we have Ashley.
Woo!
Yeah, you sound excited.
No, get off Spotify. I'm trying to play fucking music. There we go. Yes!
Of course. You could have come up with lyrics to that song. It would have been glorious.
Yeah, but they'd probably just reference Adam Rose and Connor all the fucking time.
We will get to Adam Rose in a little bit, because I actually have something on that, and we'll get to that later.
I know what that
He's
is.
got that dirt, ladies and gentlemen! He's got the motherfucking dirt!
I've got so much
Hey,
to
the
talk.
man!
We have
Hey,
so much to talk about tonight.
Not even funny.
We're in Spanish.
Ole!
We're gonna talk a little Lucha Underground later.
Lucha! Lucha!
Lucha!
TNA Impact Wrestling.
All right.
There's gonna be a little bit of I Believe in Wrestling.
I believe.
Travis is gonna join us later to talk some Total Divas. And we've got a lot of really cool news from the world of professional wrestling, including some results, as well as we're going to spoil Smackdown for you. So if you want to watch it, and you're in the U.S., obviously, you can decide if it's worth your time or not. Some people may be able to watch it now. I'm looking at you, Acer. So all that and more tonight on another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. So we were going to start off with Travis, but he is en route to his home right now, and once he gets there, he will join us. But in the meantime, we're going to get to a little, I Believe 120. So Aaron, tell us what happened last Saturday night.
All right. Well, due to unforeseeable circumstances, I would say, I was not, unfortunately, able to attend Believe 120. But I will attend the next event, which I'll give you details in about a couple minutes. So at Believe 120, we had Johnny Vandal. He pinned Chico Adams at 8 minutes and 17 seconds. And the next match was Dev Dalton, who pinned Ray X Ion, I want to say, at 8 minutes and 23 seconds. So both of these matches were about 8 minutes. A little over 8 minutes long. And the third match was Josh Parker. He went against the God Beast, Tyrannus, and he actually pinned Tyrannus in 10 minutes and 12 seconds. That's a huge victory for Josh Parker. Congrats. Brandon Scherr, he pinned Gentleman C.T. Brown at 10 minutes and 53 seconds. And Rachel Ellering pinned Raquel at 5 minutes on the dot.
Speaking on the
Mr.
dot.
Right?
Enterprises.
Right on the dot. And the Business Boys beat Lindsay Dorado and Gabriel Black in a tag team match that lasted 14 minutes and 12 seconds. And now we're at the main event where the Florida heavyweight champion, the Freak, Rhett Giddens, pinned Braden Knight at 6 minutes and 53 seconds. Those are the results for Believe 120. And their next event already has a couple of matches announced, which will be Rhett Giddens versus... Oh, boy.
Doesn't even know!
That's a good... So exciting.
I do know, but I gotta get to it. Here we go. Rhett Giddens versus CJ Doyle. And Raquel will face Rachel Ellering in a rematch from Believe 120. And Lindsay Dorado and many more will be in attendance. This event will be May 7th, Saturday, 2016 at 8 p.m. It won't be taking place from Team Vision Dojo. It's going to take place from the Giraffe's Brazilian Restaurant on International Drive. That's 5415 International Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32819. The general admission price is still the same at $10, VIP as well at $15. You can purchase your tickets online in advance at IBelieveInWrestling.com or TeamVisionDojo.com. All ages are welcome to the event as always. You can follow Team Vision Dojo on Instagram, Twitter, and I will be at Believe 121, which is their 8-year anniversary. So happy anniversary in advance. And that's your Believe 120 results.
Very nice. Thank you, Aaron.
Welcome.
Travis, have you joined us? Nope. Okay.
I see he's on mute.
Yes, exactly. The final member of the Popcaster panel is Travis Coaster. And he will be joining us in a little bit.
Rocket. I'm here.
Yeah, he's there.
He's rocket.
Then it's time for you to tell us what you thought about Raw.
First, I've had a great day and that was just ruined by something. We're not going to talk about that.
Aww.
And two, no, I was having an amazing day. We'll talk about it later. I just ran from upstairs.
I bet it's the Harris brothers called him a Nazi.
No. And my computer is updating itself, even though you've been open all day. Update faster. I want to use you instead of this. Okay.
What, your computer didn't even close for lunch?
No, my
isn't that against like employment law or something?
It might say, you know what? It's 4:20. I'm just dropping out today. I'll see you tomorrow.
Fair point.
Speaking of that, I just got off of work and the last 15 people that came in all smelled like weed. So I walk in the door. First thing Dad says to me is, "Why do you smell like weed?" Said, "I wasn't smoking." Everyone that came in smelled like weed, so the whole store smelled like weed. He's like, "Oh, okay."
You actually should have told your dad saying, "Oh no, it was Adam Rose." I did.
Oh,
Those jokes aren't as funny now. Those jokes aren't as funny now.
Yeah, Adam Rose isn't funny.
Every day.
Yes. There you go. Okay, so Raw. Did I watch Raw?
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a good start to the segment. Did I watch Raw?
I know what happened, I think. It's been, oh my gosh, it's been such a week.
Yeah, I agree with him on that.
Because of what happened last night and today with Disney stuff that I've been trying to keep up with.
Oof.
So, yeah, and y'all know all about that.
I do.
Shit. And let me think.
I know how to balance my time to make sure I figure everything out.
Well, I would be doing something awesome on my computer, but I can't because, well, it's updating itself, which I think is stupid. Can I just say what I think is going to happen?
Well, you're supposed to just tell everybody what you thought of the actual show itself.
Raw was I guess. I don't like that it was pre-taped. They should have just done it live.
You can't do that, Travis.
Well, not live, like, you know what I mean. Like, they pre-taped it, and I found out what was going on, like, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, because a time frame, that's the only way that can work.
Yeah, hey kids, you want to stay up till 4 in the fucking morning? No!
Yeah!
Exactly.
Hell! That crowd was so fucking shit, they were asleep for half the fucking show anyway!
Yep.
Oh, and we'll get to funny crowd moments whenever we talk about Total Divas.
Seeing so much bullshit from WWE over the past couple of years because they didn't listen to him about Daniel Bryan that they've just given up. They're only there for the ring entrances and, probably to get drunk.
That's pretty much the truth.
The R-Truth.
No.
Wow.
Oh, so anyway,
All I
I'd like to
know
look,
is that
'cause I
Adam
forgot, I
Rose
forgot to make a
felt
note of
like
it from fucking Monday. Michael Cole said that in the first round of the tag tournament, the Vaudevillains beat R-Truth and Fandango.
What?
All I know is that Adam Rose actually felt like a rosebud.
I'm pretty sure he said R-Truth and Fandango.
Wow.
I think that was the match, actually.
They had a match.
Well,
They
did
didn't
Goldust
face-
not even bother to do anything?
No.
Oh, fuck off.
They did a comedy segment with Fandango, and Fandango ended up teaming with R-Truth.
Oh, fuck off.
Dude, does that
Fandango,
mean,
Fuck off, Golden Truth. You're both cunts. Fuck off.
but happily, Fandango got a 2-second victory over Alberto Del Rio earlier tonight.
Yeah. A 2-second victory over Del Rio?
Right after they jobbed Sandow out in 2 minutes.
Oh, so you're telling me that a guy who was holding the United States title... Oh, wait, they didn't even bother to have a U.S. title at Raw. Kalisto wasn't at Raw, was he?
No.
Exactly. Who cares about the U.S. title now? Nobody.
It's not worth as much as it used to be, that's for
They're,
sure.
they're trying to make the IC title worth something, and I applaud them on that, but they're doing it with the wrong people.
No,
I
they're
don't
doing
care
it.
about The Miz.
No,
they're
they're
doing it
defending
with-
the U.S. title.
They're doing it with the right people. The only problem is they're devaluing someone like Zack Ryder, who got over on his own. They brought him in. He got a great reaction when he won the title, even though everybody was shocked. And now he's going back to NXT to team with Mojo. It's not right.
Really?
It's not fair, and it shouldn't happen that way.
Is he really going back to NXT? That's
It's
stupid.
ridiculous.
Damn, tell them how you really feel, Owen.
No, I'm mad because here's the thing.
Oh, yay.
You have somebody who has busted his behind, who got over on his own without help from the WWE machine, and he was able to get over so much that he was actually getting chance over The Rock in Madison Square Garden, and The Rock was even saying, I like Zack Ryder too, but this is kind of like my promo time. So he basically had to have fall off on that, and that's when they did the CM Punk and Zack Ryder, were like kings of the world. They did that angle and everything, and they all were like treating Zack Ryder like he was a king, and they did the run with him because they realized they had to do something with his reaction. So what did they do? They pulled the trigger, they put the U.S. title on him, they had the feud with Ziggler, and then what happened? They soap operaed the crap out of it. They ran him off television, literally, in that wheelchair with that stupid feud with Kane.
Yeah.
And, they've ruined his credibility. He finally picks up a little bit of what he had in NXT. They take him off NXT, which he doesn't belong there anyway. Mojo can stay there if he has to. But the thing is, you keep him on NXT, they bring him up to the main roster, they put him at WrestleMania, they give him his WrestleMania moment, he wins a ladder match at WrestleMania, and then after he drops the title, the next night, they kick him to the curb. It's ridiculous. He should be fighting for he should be in contention. Not necessarily fighting for the championship, but at this point, he's the one that should cost The Miz the title over Cesaro at Payback.
Yeah, no, he might. It's just looking like that's unlikely to happen now. But you never know. Never say never. But yeah, due to booking, they've ruined his credibility to really ever be over with the fans. But when he gets pushed, that's when he's over with the fans. He does have a fan base, and
He's still over with the fans, Aaron. Whether he
Yeah, because here's the thing. Whenever I went to the live event, Baron Corbin came out first. I'm like, oh, cool, Baron Corbin, NXT guy. I could care less because it's Baron Corbin. I hate his guts. And that's when I told my dad, Baron Corbin's going to be on main roster after WrestleMania. He's like, no, he's not. He sucks. I'm like, and I looked at him the night after WrestleMania. I said, I was right. And then the second person that came out, I heard, brr, woo, woo, woo. You know it. I was screaming my head off, and so was literally, the roof blew off the Yum Center when Zack Ryder's music hit. It was insane. I literally almost sent Owen a Snapchat of how crazy it was, but I didn't get internet, so I couldn't. But
Well,
it was.
I just meant, like, when he's pushed on television, he's really over with the crowd. Like, when he's over with all the house shows, we don't see that because those are not televised. But due to WWE's poor booking of him, they really have ruined his potential to become something big. I think they're just concerned with pushing him, someone like him, over Roman Reigns, which they've been pushing for over a year.
Well, didn't Jake the Snake Roberts say that WWE is pushing Roman Reigns down our throats?
Everybody's saying that.
Everyone's saying it.
Hall of Famers are saying it. A lot of Hall of Famers.
Hold on. Is this where I have to get the Bret Hart interview?
Please do.
It was Bret Hart. It was Bret Hart that did it, right?
No. Okay.
You mean Grumpy Bret?
So, Matthew.
I hope because Bret Hart's going to be at Payback. That's another thing from Raw. Bret Hart's going to be at Payback. I hope Bret Hart just murders, not literally murders, just hurts severely Roman Reigns.
That will certainly not happen.
Yeah, no, if anything, this is better, Travis. Have him get on Ric Flair.
Yes.
That most likely also will not happen.
Well, then why is he there?
So,
Too much.
Thanks to roving reporter Matthew of Botchamania.
There we go.
Bret Hart's doing basically a UK tour this week.
Right.
And some of the interesting quotes. No one sells in wrestling anymore, and the ring is like a trampoline. A crowd applauded.
What's true?
I'll take the network over WWE and just watch Bret Hart matches all day. So basically, fuck the product. I respect the likes of Owens, Bryan, and Punk for bringing wrestling back.
Yes.
Yeah.
He called Rollins breaking Cena's nose as being bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that Seth would hit Cena so hard that he put his nose across his face. He absolutely hated Mania 32.
Oh, we know that. He's made that.
Direct quote. So Rock just happened to have his ring gear on in case he was going to wrestle, huh?
Well, that's a good point.
And if you want to watch a real match, I recommend Shinsuke Nakamura versus Sami Zayn.
Amen.
I don't know why they didn't make Drew McIntyre the face of WWE.
Jesus, thank you. Oh my God.
And one of the highest points of his career was when he did The Simpsons.
He does have his own action figure because of The Simpsons, too.
Oh yeah, Bret Hart is just like us, sick and tired of the product. I mean, he didn't name names, but basically because he didn't name Roman Reigns, he's sick and tired of him, I think.
Well, now I agree with most of what...
Wait, 1 second. Didn't Bret Hart say that UFC is more wrestling than pro wrestling?
Yes.
Hell, that was proven over the last 24 hours.
Yes, it was.
While I agree with Bret Hart on many points in his disappointment in the product, why is WWE letting someone like a legend that's pissing on the product to be at Payback then? Because obviously he's not really representing the company well from a professional level.
They need it for the storyline. That's why.
You know how many times Ric Flair's gone fuck WWE?
No lie.
This is made public, though. I mean, like, if I was, like, Vince McMahon and I got a transcript of this, I'd be like...
You know how many times
Ric
JBL
Flair.
is Maggle?
Well, when was the last time Ric Flair bashed WWE?
And basically Ric Flair getting drunk is the reason Jim Ross lost his job.
Yep.
Yes, I remember that, but that was back then.
And all the time he was in TNA, he bashed them in interviews. Which is fucking ironic, because guess who was on the fucking radio over here on Tuesday afternoon talking about the greatness of WWE?
Oh,
Great.
I actually need to make. It may not be what Ashley is referring to, but I need to make a quick mention of what Paige said on a UK talk show.
Oh, please tell me.
Hold on.
Saw it as well.
Aaron.
Boo Earns. Boo
I know, I'm jumping the gun.
fucking Earns.
Actually, Aaron, that might be news. Let me see if I have that on my list here.
I know it might be news.
And did I put that on there? No, no, I did. I put Sasha Banks on there instead of Paige. Continue.
They broke.
Yeah, Sasha Banks' statement more apparent than Paige. But yeah, no, Paige's statement, real quick. Paige was saying that she was very sad that the term diva was taken away. Now, my quick thoughts are on this, is yes, you grow up wanting to become a diva, but unless you want to become scantily clad, live sex celebrations, lesbian kissing in a hotel room, I don't think girls want to grow up to be a diva in
Whoa.
the early 2000s.
Lesbians kissing at what?
HLA.
There was
Look it up, Travis.
There was some
No thanks.
stuff. There was some crazy stuff, Travis, growing up as a wrestling fan.
Are we bringing up the hair club for men? What?
Size Burley.
But I mean, I don't agree with Paige. You know, growing up, diva had a way different meaning many years ago than it did in the past 6-7 years. For it to go to
Well,
women's
keep in
wrestling,
mind,
good change.
her tagline, if you look at all the official merchandise,
Uh-huh.
is she is the anti-diva.
Yeah.
Still to this day.
Yeah.
So already, you've ruined her gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's brought up in that same interview.
So
She goes, you know, I was known as the anti-diva. Or the anti-diva.
a WWE producer.
And it's like, and she's never really had a name other than that. Yeah, I mean, she's got the "This is my house" slogan and all that, but
This is my house.
Not that.
Way off on that one.
But so does that mean she had a WWE producer kind of telling her like, what to say when they bring up the question about the term diva, like on the side of the talk show on set? Because I know she doesn't honestly feel sad about or any sympathy about the term diva being taken away.
Well, I don't know.
Either that or Total Divas really fucked her up.
Maybe Bree and Nikki might have like just brainwashed her.
That's true because they did do a lot of stuff with her on Total Divas. Here, have a cup of tea with us, and then Paige is like, I don't like this. This is not my.
Okay, that episode was funny because Paige is like, this isn't how English people have tea. We just sit around, have one tea, and then drink a pint.
This doesn't sound right, Travis saying this. It just doesn't. It sounds wrong.
It sounds wrong.
the added bonus, of course, is that it is the Queen of England's 9th birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Flash
freaking
today.
birthday.
Wait, is it today or tomorrow?
Well, for you it's tomorrow. For me it's today.
Okay, if it was on 420, I'd be like, hey, we all know what she doing.
That's even better. It's 421. Think of all the hallucinations she gets the day after all that kush.
Okay, I'm just
Oh
gonna
shit, the
click-
corgis are gonna fucking eat me! Ah!
Okay, real quick. Gallows and Anderson are awesome. Book them now. Just do something with them.
Well, we'll talk about that when we get to.
I know. I wasn't jumping the gun, and you made me jump the gun. Okay.
Mother Superior, jump the fucking gun!
I don't want them to just go there for like a day, do something, and then have to go back to NXT. I don't want that to happen. We're gonna call that the Zack Ryder system.
You mean like 3 members of the TNA roster?
We're gonna call that this. Actually, we should call that the Eva Marie syndrome. Do one match and then go to the.
Oh.
Mr. Snackertainment Enterprises.
Yes.
I don't know who you speak of.
Oh wow! So
It's
Ashley,
fucking Dixie on the
Ashley
phone.
has Hoodie Man.
Look,
Ashley
have you
has
got
Hoodie
any
Man.
money? Because I don't want to do a deal with some Nazis.
Hey, Ashley has Hoodie Man. Will has Ghostface. Aaron has Mr. Snackertainment. Cleveland has Black Arrow. Owen has
I don't have anything.
nothing, and I have nothing.
I actually have 2, and you keep calling me Aaron. It's Mr. Entertainment and Mr. Snackertainment.
Whatever.
Owen has fuck shit cunt in private. That's what it
There
is.
you go. That's a shoot.
Work. Work.
This podcast is a NSFW, not safe for work, ladies and gentlemen.
Not safe.
Not safe
You know
for
who else
wanking.
is not safe for work?
It's not safe for wanking either.
So much to talk about tonight. Travis, you
Also,
have more-
considering how shit product has been recently, not safe for wrestling.
Yeah, no lie.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I can't wait to see a certain. I can't wait to see some certain people, hopefully in WWE soon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well,
I
we
think
pretty
more
much
likely to be on the indies, mate.
I'm looking at you, Becky Lynch. You fucked it all up.
Whoa.
What is he talking about?
We'll talk about it in a minute, then.
When
That's
the fuck
just-
has Becky Lynch been in TNA?
I wasn't talking about TNA. Well, Becky Lynch, are you talking tits and ass or what?
What?
Wow, way to degrade women's wrestling. I'm just kidding.
So you're saying, wait, I got this. So you're saying talking about TNA degrades women's wrestling?
No, how like you gave TNA a different meaning. I was just kidding though.
finger condom.
Back. I'm done.
All right.
That's it? That's his Raw review?
Yeah.
All
20
right.
minutes going off topic and saying, well, it was eh.
He can't be bothered to explain how Shane McMahon is in charge.
No, I can explain it. It's just
Like, no one can.
420. That's the explanation.
exactly that's the explanation.
Jeez.
Here's my reasoning on Shane McMahon. They're going to come out and say, you know what? Because the Undertaker is a little biatch and wanted to retire after Mania. You know what? We're going to give you another chance at the company. You're going to have a match. SummerSlam. This is kind of Owen's thing too. Against Vince, the company. And Vince.
It will all come to a head in WWE presents Mel Gibson.
Well, it's not Vince, but you got the right pay-per-view.
Yeah. Either that or I would think he would have to go through not all 3 because you can't literally go through Stephanie McMahon because that's kind of illegal.
Oh, you could back in the day.
You could back in the day, and if you want to get a little edgier, then go right ahead. Yes, let Shane McMahon beat the hell out of Stephanie. I'd be okay with that.
Hey.
Shut her up.
Hey.
But on the back of the WrestleMania 32 DVD and Blu-ray, it does say in the synopsis that the Hell in a Cell match decided both men's fates.
No, it didn't. That's false advertising, and I want my $30 back.
I can't print. So
Travis,
Yeah,
did you
but
say?
Thanks to Botchamania, we know that the most important line of the night in that match was read off a fucking script. Well done, cameraman. Thanks.
Travis, did you just say to go right through Stephanie? Ooh.
No, I don't want to go right through Stephanie. Ew.
And we are moving on.
And we are closed.
Actually, both
We are
at this
turning
point.
into a terrible dark ride.
Terrible.
So this brings up Lucha Underground to be the next thing we talk about here on the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast.
Tonight's episode is entitled Monster Meets Monster. Yes, it's that fanfic you've all been waiting for, with the fucking honey monster from the Sugar Puffs having a 69 session with the cookie monster from Sesame Street.
I'm going to go on mute.
And he's gone.
I'm back. I don't think you want to hear me chewing my snacks.
Oh, you're chewing on the scenery already.
That comes later.
Previously on Lucha Underground, trios title stuff, Gift to the Gods, medallion stuff, a sneeze, and
God bless you.
a cough, and Mill versus Matanza hype from last week, because apparently they didn't want to do it this week.
And the blowing of the nose.
So Phoenix is in Dario's office and says that, I want to give you an opportunity at the trio stuff. And he sat there with Aerostar and Drago. I'm immediately going, oh shit. The King of Trios champions? Hopefully this time Phoenix says fuck. But due to the fact that they disagreed with one another, he doesn't think it's a good enough fit for his tournament. So instead, Phoenix is going to be teaming with PJ Black and Jack Evans. And Phoenix is less than impressed. And then Drago and Aerostar are there, and he says, oh, you two have become very friendly since your rivalry, but let's see how long that lasts tonight. Because you're going to go one-on-one for one of my 7 medallions. By the way, that match is next. And then there's like glances of disgust at each other. Wow! Wow! Vampiro's talking. I didn't understand a word of it. I know it's 420, but, do you have to have the guy that sounds like a pothead just starting every week? Basically, Matt talks about how it's basically a triple main event with your world title match and your trios match later on. But right up now, we go to Melissa Santos, and it's the second medallion up for grabs, Drago versus Aerostar. Really, really good match here. I wouldn't say, it's not an excellent match. It's not like it's going to be, it was a solid match between the two of them, but, considering what you sometimes get from Lucha, it was pretty good.
A great opener.
Aerostar getting the win with the Aerostar Salute Springboard Splash. So the ass.
We'll get to that later. We'll get to that on Friday, actually.
Yes, that's what that was. But yeah, solid match.
A lot of high flying action. Because as I was watching this in NXT at the same time, which I rarely ever do. Drago and Aerostar, great chemistry in the ring. If I could watch them like 1,000 more times, I agree with one of the dirt sheets that I follow. Live tweeting the episode, I would watch these two go at it again. It's a great way to open the show, and so Lucha Underground style way to open up the show.
Yep, great opener. Going along with you, Aaron, great opening match, and I would watch it 1,000 times more.
Only 1,000. I'm disappointed. So we then go to Mundo backstage, and Taya pops in. I would say she popped out, but no wardrobe malfunctions this week. She basically says, "Well, you've got your medallion." And he goes, "Yeah, you did mention to him that I didn't even get a shot at any of them last year." And she goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "So where is it?" And she goes, "That's the thing. You've got to win it." And he says, "Well, it's only fair, it's competition." And she continues, "You've got to beat Kate." And Mundo's like, "I'm all right with that, because I'll be able to destroy him once and for all." And then he does the weird sort of... He's literally doing the same shit that happens in a game called Punch Club. The way he's training on the bloody the mug rail, as I call it. Either way, we then come in with the second of your three matches. PJ Black, Jack Evans, and Phoenix taking on the Disciples of Death of Barrio Negro, El Sinestro de la Muerte, and Trece. Pretty solid six-man here.
Mm-hmm.
There was even dissent between PJ Black and Jack Evans, even though they're supposed to be good guys. Or, well, not they're supposed to be bad guys, but they're supposed to be like on the same page.
Right.
Like PJ Black was trying to go for Jack Evans for a tag, and Jack Evans was like, "Hey, he's on the floor. You've got him. I think you're doing pretty fine already." It's like, what? Either way, there's about three. I think there's three 450s all done by the other three guys in the space of about 4 minutes. Eventually finishing with Phoenix getting a 450 on one of the Disciples to give him the win, and the final spot apparently in the tournament, which only has 3 teams, which is a bit confusing. But overall, solid 6-man.
Yeah, fast-paced tag team action as only Lucha Underground knows how to provide. Whether it's trios, regular tag teams, six-man.
Yeah, but will it blend? Well,
Yeah, great trios match. Yeah, overall just a really good trios match.
so we're back in Dario's office, and has the current trios champs of Evilise, Son of Havoc, and Angelico in. And basically says, look what happened last year. You were not even on the same page last year. And yet, you became champions. You got back your championships. And there's a phone ringing.
Hola.
Mr. Entertainment Enterprises.
Still friends now. The pretty boy and the doting couple. And Helico's like confused by pretty boy. And they're basically going, I think it's great for the opportunity to crown number 1 contenders for our top belts. And Daria goes, "You think that's what the tournament was about?" No. This tournament is to crown champions. And they're livid, and it's like, "Oh, you got an immediate buy through. You didn't have to qualify. But next week, it's going to be a fatal 4-way trios tag match with the trios belts on the line. Yeah, I hope that Team Havoc can retain. And it's like, it's Team Evilise. And Havoc's like, that's a stupid name. And Angelico's like, I thought we were called Team Angelico. And then Dario just goes, get out. So that does mean that next week we do have trios titles on the line. With Evilise, Son of Havoc, and Angelico defending against the teams of Cortez Castro, Mr. Cisco, and Joey Ryan. Rey Mysterio, Dragon Azteca Jr. and Prince Puma, and tonight's winners, Phoenix, Jack Evans, and PJ Black. Then, thanks to Undertaker's Lightning, the Disciples of Death have shown up. And she says, look, I'm not happy with you guys. Mill said you had to deliver, and you lost. And the worst bit is, Phoenix was the one that got the victory. So, I want one bloody good reason why I shouldn't destroy you. And then one of the three goes all Matrix and shit. And then goes Indiana Jones. And pulls his fucking heart out! He goes to his tag partner and pulls his fucking heart out. And then Katrina goes, is that it? And then he fucks over the other one as well. Pulls his heart out as well. So, sorry, Barrio Negro. I guess because you had that name in, they had to get rid of you for legal reasons because of O.J. Simpson. I don't know. Tressa, I think they got rid of you because your name was too similar to Tracy Smothers. So yes. El Sinestro de la Muerte.
Hey, if it was similar to Tracy Smothers, straight up everyone dies.
That's exactly right. You tell him, Aaron.
Well, that's what happened. El Sinestro de la Muerte stands covered in blood over his hands because it turned for some reason the blood turned from black to red via the power of face paint. So there we go. We have our first official on-screen deaths of the season.
Probably not the last either.
Because we didn't see those stupid idiots that just wanted a chance to go to Lucha Underground get dragged on by
Dun, 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 dun.
Hang on, I need to look at the notes from last week. What was her name? Damn it. Does it say? Black Lotus, there we go. Remember when Black Lotus took some, like, journeyman travelers to Matanza's lair? And he ate them, but you obviously never saw anything. This is the actual confirmed death. Rest in peace, Barrio Negro and Trece. So what did you think of the the rip-off of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom for the kids, Aaron.
I guess I'll
Aaron is
chime
back,
in.
so
since
then we'll go to
Aaron's-
Will.
No, I'll let Owen go first, and then I'll give my opinion on it.
This was entertaining. This really was. It's like I take your life force and I become stronger. I like that. I like the fact that Lucha Underground has the guts to do something like that. That's what makes it the most theatrical wrestling promotion that has television.
And why it's losing a shit ton
Yeah.
of fucking money.
And it's losing money too, exactly.
And a good friend of the Popcast Network, Owen, I know you'll appreciate this. Michaelo just endorsed Lucha Underground.
Of course he did.
Oh yeah, Mike
He-
will probably endorse all wrestling.
Yeah, he's a great fan and viewer. But he said when I know what I want to be when I grow up. I want to write for Lucha Underground. So dream big, sir. I would actually like if he did write for Lucha Underground. That'd be a great addition.
Have Jack, the caretaker, Eddie, Usher, storyteller.
That's too funny.
Well, we've already got Chance in TNA, so anything's possible.
Right? Yeah.
100% you cannot disagree with that.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna
Suck!
And we all turn into Luke Harper.
Yeah.
You're just yawning.
yeah.
This was a really like Owen said, this was a really great this is what makes Lucha a great theatrical wrestling promotion. You know, companies like WWE, Impact won't do this because of course they're all trying to be PG, but Lucha they'll go that distance to make it entertaining. And I said this before we went live, he voodoo sacrificed his partners.
I think it takes money to be theatrical or just be different, really. You know, if you're gonna start up a wrestling company and be on national television, you gotta be different, and it takes money to do that. And then that's money that Lucha Underground has that other promotions just don't.
Yep.
Every promotion has a different mission, I think.
It reminds me a lot of WSX. That's what Lucha Underground is to me. It's WSX with a bigger budget.
Yeah, you said that before. Yeah.
Not a bigger roster, but a bigger
Yeah.
budget.
I was watching wrestling when WSX was on. I really wish I knew about it. I don't know how I did it.
Wrestling Society X is a very entertaining promotion, especially if you like the SoCal Indies.
Was it a very underrated promotion that went down early?
It was interesting.
Yeah.
It brings
Like
up
the
the
XFL.
no. It brings up the really awesome tag team of Do It For Her, which was Tyler Black and Jimmy Jacobs.
Do it for her.
Do It For Her. Even though Lacey was on the commentary team for a bit, that was never the her they were speaking of, even though technically it was. One of the greatest storylines in the history of the wrestling business. Jimmy loves Lacey. No one can tell me otherwise. That's why that man writes for WWE, ladies and gentlemen.
It's news to me. I never heard of her.
What?
Oh, man. You just woke Ashley up.
Now you pissed him off.
You fucking bastard.
If there are
You
links
fucking
to
bastard.
WSX on YouTube, I'll watch them.
There's a DVD that exists.
Oh my God,
It
Amazon.
was released in 2007.
Well, Amazon is Bay, so I'll have to look at Amazon.
I swear to God, if you say that one more time, Aaron.
I love it. You know them.
Amazon is Bay.
That's funny you mentioned that
David.
because he was part of WSX too,
Yes.
with the disco machine.
Yes.
This promotion was amazing. Way before its time. Like I said, it is basically Lucha Underground. Like I've always said, it is the evolution of Wrestling Society X. I don't know how much flack I would get if I said that around the wrong people, but that's how I see things. Now we get to the main event.
Lucha Underground title on the line. Mil Muertes with Katrina taking on Champ Matanza with Dario. First move of the match is Mil manages to actually down Matanza, so they're like, oh!
The irresistible force meets the immovable object.
No, fuck that shit. That's used way too fucking often.
Oh yeah, no, but it is true.
The guy's only 5'10" and 260 pounds. It's the Taz syndrome. That's exactly what Matanza
Jeff
is.
fucking Cobb.
He's
Until
Jeff
he
Cobb.
gets that fucking attire that's in the fucking bloody trails that they have during the show, I'm still gonna call him Jeff fucking Cobb.
I feel like Matanza needs like a female manager instead of Dario, which it makes sense storyline wise. But if he had a
No, he
female
doesn't.
manager,
Well, technically he's got one. It's called Black Lotus, but let's just say she's gonna be busy next season with some Japanese women.
Yes.
Because
Hentai! No.
If that female manager was on screen with Matanza, she could be like, "Rise up, Matanza, rise up!" like Jason Voorhees' mother.
Yeah, but because you've got Katrina, you can't really have,
I know. Yeah.
another female manager.
Your work isn't finished.
I mean, Katrina rises up that thing, but that's not the only thing that she's rising up in the male viewers. But
Oh my
We
god.
always have to deviate into this. We degenerate our commentary every week.
Jesus,
Is
throw
this
some
where I have to
holy
mention,
water on
considering
Aaron.
Lana isn't on TV, is it because she's filming new scenes for Banshee?
well, I mean, hey, like the disciple.
No, she's filming her and Rusev's porno.
Oh God.
Oh my god, Travis, you need holy water.
TMZ just broke that story by
No,
the way.
Travis needs a good fuck. That's what he needs.
Wow.
You know it.
This is
I think we
You're
all
lucky. You
could,
guys are lucky. I almost said woo woo woo. You know it.
I think all of us could use some time with the ladies, if you will, but this is not the time nor place to talk about that.
No, that's,
I'm famous G. If you want me, call 432 get laid.
I like that. That was good.
no, there was a point behind like my little joke there. Is because like the disciples were being motivated by.
Whoa. Aaron had a joke?
That was the joke. But Total Divas a joke. But anyways,
I'll tell you a joke. 432 get laid.
No. But seriously, she was motivating like the disciples before this match even started. That was an interesting like twist in the story.
Motivating Jerry Seinfeld. What?
I wish.
But Ashley, you saw what I was talking about, where she was motivating the disciples, and then like something happened to both two of them.
I don't think he was motivated. I think he's a callous fucker. El Sinestro de la Muerte.
Oh, so you think he's gonna turn on Mill?
No, he's just realized this is the only way I'm not gonna fucking die.
Well, his name is Sinestro. It's in his title. He's one of the biggest Superman heels that exists.
Never heard of him.
Who may or may not be El Mariachi Loco. Oh!
I wish I heard of these wrestlers before Lucha Underground.
Well, the problem is half of them you won't know because they don't have the same name
Right.
on Lucha Underground.
Just like when Sami Callihan debuts next season, he's not going to have the same name. I believe he's, Jeremiah?
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
knew it was the same name. Yeah. I mean, that's a big leap, though, from NXT to Lucha.
It is.
I wonder if Jessica Havoc's going to sign with Lucha Underground.
Oh wow, she was underrated.
Done dark matches.
I know she has. That's why I'm wondering if she's actually going to sign.
She was underused in TNA.
She's been underutilized everywhere.
Yeah, it's a shame. She's got a lot of potential.
So to the main event, Ashley.
Basically, this is sort of back and forth between the two of them. We get to a point where Mil basically tries to murder Dario, but Matanza makes the save. And then Matanza tries to murder Katrina. And then Mil makes the save. Then we do some strange shit with a barrel, which looks like it's made from fucking cardboard.
I thought it was a beer keg when I looked at it.
Beer kegs wouldn't be that. Beer kegs would be curved, like a barrel. That was more like, an industrial barrel.
Striker and Vampiro were like, "Oh, is that a gasoline tank?" No, bro, I don't know what that is.
It was no. They peeled the label off. It was like a 30-kilogram can of fucking baked beans. Because they do them industrial size that big.
Yeah.
It was probably one of them. Anyway, they go up the stairs and then head on over to the roof of Dario's office. And then I think it was Mil delivered the death blow, which is also known as a skull crushing finale.
It was the flatliner.
Through the fucking roof, son!
Yeah, it was a flatliner through the roof of Dario's office.
And the great thing is, the idea is the referees are supposed to say, there must be a winner. There always has to be a winner. Match gets thrown out as a no contest because of what the fuck just happened. Good job. So there you go. Your main event saw a no contest.
Oh, much like another match from another program.
But to be honest, what you did see was he went through the fucking roof.
No, it was funny because Matt Striker is
Can you control my voice by talking instead?
Matt Striker sounded like he wanted to say "holy shit," but he was just like, "What? It was like the funniest reaction. No, but it was like I marked out too. I mean, I just like started laughing. I mean, like they do stunts that you just don't see anywhere else, and I'm positive that they did stunts like these similar, maybe different in WSX, but this is stuff that could kill them, and I don't know how they do it.
So you can't see their crash pad, Aaron.
You can't see what's like you can't see what they're landing on.
Right. You can't see them reading the script either.
And I told Owen before we went live that I liked how they kept pumping fog out of the thing as if like there was so much like stuff coming out of the office.
Well, yeah, because like that's how you do ratings through the roof, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, there was so much smoke. Willie Nelson got high. Hey, I can only do these jokes for another 2 hours.
Do them while you can, Travis, please.
I know.
Hang on. What was that line that you said, Will? About the office?
Oh, what I said was how when they went through the roof, like you could see more fog being pumped out. I liked how they pumped more fog, as even though like there was like stuff like coming out of the office.
Right. So,
Yes.
wait for it. Oh, come on.
Does that say Mr. Entertainment?
No. Oh shit! He just went through the roof! Wow.
So much fun, you almost thought it was September 16th.
Oh,
Yeah,
why'd you add
September
that?
16th. Sorry. No, 14th.
Not for everybody.
Ladies
Yeah,
and gentlemen, time to confirm the rumors that Donald Trump announced 2 days ago that 7-Eleven was an inside job.
Hey, I got something to say about, Donald Trump. He's
No.
trying. No, hold on. There's a wrestling joke. He's trying to vote for these delegates or do some of these delegates, but is he doing them with the?
He's trying to capture the delegate.
Hey, hold on. He's ruined the joke, Travis.
The
He's trying to-
delegates.
Yeah, hold on.
He's in the lingerie section.
The underwear?
No. So he's trying to get these delegate votes, but is he doing it with a broken freaking neck? That's from Kurt Angle.
Okay. That's an interesting segue. Hey, Travis,
Yeah.
let's talk Total Divas.
Whoa!
You ruined the segue. What? Hold
We
on.
haven't fucking finished.
What's left?
All of a sudden, 70s porno music starts playing, and I'm like,
Okay, the stinger.
Famous Billy! Yes! And then it's that stupid fucking bitch Velasquez who can't fucking act. And there's faces on the wall of Blue Demon, who's gone missing, and Hernandez, who's gone missing. And Alberto El Patron, who's gone missing. And Big Rick. And she's like, oh, can't work out what's happened to them. And I'm like, they all went to other wrestling companies, apart from Big Rick, who just said, fuck it. And then random counselor comes in, basically saying, look, I don't appreciate you interfering on my turf. And she goes, what's your turf exactly? And he goes, boy, what? And he says, the man's asked me to tell you that you need to drop this case against Daria. And she's like, why should I do that? And he goes, well, you don't have to. It's just friendly advice from a very dear old friend. And because Velasquez can't act properly, when she gets pissed at the fact that, he's done this, it basically just looks shit. What? A letdown in the ending credits. She really isn't good. They could have got somebody better off bloody Days of Our Lives, surely. There are Hispanics on Days of Our Lives, isn't there?
I haven't watched Days of Our Lives since I was like a tiny
It's on
kid.
Pop TV. It's on Pop TV. You should all be able to watch it.
I don't have Pop TV.
Along with Schitt's Creek.
Hey.
Well, that would be a segue, but first.
Well, speaking of not getting enough audience, Total Divas.
There we go. Okay, fair enough.
Hell, they spun it off into Total Bellas. They're that desperate.
Hey! Why you got ruined news?
Because I would have said it last week if I hadn't have fallen fucking asleep.
I already did. I brought it up last week's news.
I'm excited for Total Bellas. You dang sure
I'm more
know we're
excited
going to talk
for
about
than
that.
I am Total Divas. Then again, with the cast change that they've got, you see, I would say the Bellas Bellas don't need to be part of Total Divas anymore if they're getting their own spin-off show, but apparently they still are,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't get.
They're now full circle with the Kardashians.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, because none of them change. Never mind, we're not talking about
No,
that.
the Kardashians have got 7 different shows on that network.
Exactly.
I
The
got
Kardashians own the E! Network.
I got one question for Travis.
Yes.
Are you on top of the world?
No.
No. Are you on top of the world?
I'm on top of the world. Actually, after the season finale, I'm depressed. The season finale was actually pretty good. I believe that this is the only one that hasn't ended in a wedding, if I'm not mistaken. Because this is season 5? Yeah, season 5. Season 1 ended with... I think season 1 ended with WrestleMania. 2 ended with Eva's wedding, I believe. 3 was Bree's. No, 3 was Bree's engagement, 4 was Bree's wedding, and Mania 31, I believe. And then 5 ended in Rose's engagement. Ugh. Ugh.
You love that guy, don't you, Travis?
He's a douche. Ba ba da ba. He's a douche.
If you actually remembered like those weddings on other season finales, that's pretty scary.
Well, I've watched the series how many times, Owen?
I don't think Owen's anything.
To be honest, I don't know anymore because I lose track.
Smoke weed every day.
Yes.
Smoke weed every day.
No, he just watches it a lot.
I watch it a lot.
I think he's seen every episode 3 times.
I think I have maybe 4. I'm gonna keep talking about last night's episode, which I actually got to watch live, which was shocking.
Hey, you
Part
live-
2 of Sailor Demon.
Yeah, I didn't know how to say that. Thank you, Ashley.
Did you live tweet the season finale?
No, because I don't like live tweeting. It pisses people off, Aaron.
Really? I love live tweeting.
Oh gosh.
I'm pissed off, but you thought you'd be pissed off if you did it.
Nikki Bella is basically whenever you press info on your TV, the only thing that popped up for Total Divas is Nikki Bella gets news that could change her life and career to close out season 5 of Total Divas, which we all know the news she gets. And at the beginning of the episode, Eva, Natalia, and Brie and Nikki are all standing out in front of the Eiffel Tower, and it's like 11:59, and Brie says, "You all need to make a midnight wish because we're in the city of love," and all that crap. That part was crap. And Nikki hopes that she gets to marry John Cena. Natalia wishes TJ was there. Duh. Eva wants to remain in love with Jonathan until the rest of her life, which, if I get to go to an NXT event anytime soon, could be quickly. Joking, not real. And Brie wants Daniel to wrestle again. Well,
What?
one of those. Well, here's the reasoning behind that. We all can agree that Daniel's dream was to wrestle again. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to wrestle at least one more match. And he never got his last match, which sucks, but it's to save his life. So we can all agree that he could die from something. We don't want that to happen. And as last week I said, basically this is an entire continuing storyline that gets wrapped up within like 5 minutes. Mandy feels like Eva and Natalia deserted her when they had dinner with the Bellas. Eva and Natalia eventually talk to Mandy and work things out, and everything's all fine and dandy. Ha! Fine and Mandy. Ha 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 ha.
Dory fine.
What?
I think I made something up. I said Hickadori fine.
Oh god, hunky dory. That's what it is.
That's it. That's it. Wow.
And then Natalia's talking to Mandy about this photo shoot idea that Alicia had. I called Alicia Fox Alicia. Holy crap, what is wrong with me today? Well, it is 420. And Natalia basically says, without her knowing that Foxy's outside the door, that she thinks the photo shoot idea is stupid. Too stupid. And they all confront and say, okay, because the Bellas want to do this thing, Eva and Mandy want to do this thing, Alicia Fox wants to have a slutty photo shoot, Natalia wants to be with TJ because that's all she thinks about is TJ, TJ, TJ. I'm a heart, TJ, TJ, TJ.
And her cat.
And her cat, sorry. I was going to go TJ, 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 I'm a heart, TJ, 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 my cat's TJ. And Paige is just there because she drinks and she can drink and more alcohol. Yeah. And Rosa can't do anything because she's pregnant, like not uber pregnant because, well, she was kind of uber pregnant. It was 2 months before that, so 7 months into her pregnancy, not bad. Bobby comes and they get engaged, and that happened in the last episode. Well, this episode they slept. The episode pretty much ended with the door closing with Rosa and Bobby in the same room. I hate Bobby so much. Oh my gosh, this dude is a tool. He gets into, because they have this car for the Divas, at the time Divas, and they're going to like this brunch or whatever, Rosa and Bobby, and Bobby asks Rosa, when do you want to get married? And Rosa says, in 6 months. And Bobby and I share one thing, and it's the thing that he said. He said, wait, 6 months after the baby's born? Because that's delaying it a little bit. And she said, no, 6 months from like today. And they get into a whole tizzy about religion and stuff like that, and it's just ridiculous. And then little bits and pieces things happen throughout there. Really didn't matter. The only thing that really mattered was they went to a 2 months later segment, which was, when did Rosa have her baby? Was it after Rumble or before Rumble?
I don't keep track of
Both.
What?
Both.
Both? So was it on the day of the Rumble?
No.
It was around that time. So 2 months later,
Day of
around
the
like
Rumble
beginning
in
of the year,
1984.
they just flashed to that part. It starts out with Rosa. Actually, Bobby's taking the video probably on an iPhone or something like that. Rosa's about to have her baby and go into labor and all that stuff. So they're in Pittsburgh because Rosa's mom basically cut her off because she said that they're going to let the baby, whenever I say Jordan, that's the baby, they're going to let Jordan decide if she wants to be a Christian or not, or Catholic or whatever the hell Rosa Mendez is.
The baby's name is Jordan?
Baby's name's Jordan, and it's a girl.
Oh, okay, because I didn't want anybody to get confused by that meme going around of like Charmel, Booker T's wife, and Kurt Angle, where it comes out to be Jason Jordan.
No. And no, this baby didn't come out with tattoos or piercings. That's a good thing. That was the joke I made. Dad and I were watching this, and they didn't show the birth, but they showed him like wrapping up the baby and all that stuff, taking him to like where all the babies are in the hospital. I said, "Wow, I'm surprised that baby didn't come out with the tattoo." And then Rosa's talking to Bobby about where they want to live with the new baby, and Rosa like immediately says Pittsburgh because she wants to be close to Bobby's family because they've been more of a family to her, and her own family has because her mom basically disowned her because of the whole thing with the religion, and her mom's a bitch. No, I'll even say that, like, you're there for your daughter's birth of her first child. whether you like it or not, whether you don't like the person that's with her or not, you take that up with him, or in a case for a guy, her. You don't take it up with the person involved, like the person that's related to you. You don't cut them off whenever they're going through their first child. That's just dumb. And Rosa's mom's a bitch. That's all I'm saying.
When I used to watch Total Divas, I always thought Eva Marie's father was an asshole.
Oh my gosh. If we had this Wednesday Wrestling Popcast back in season 2, when they did the whole Eva Marie storyline with Jonathan and their engagement and all that stuff, we would have gotten so many ratings because you would have heard me rant about how much I hate Eva Marie's dad. He is such a douchebag. Oh my gosh. And her brothers are just assholes.
I guess that's why we hate Eva.
Douchebag! Then Nikki goes to have her MRI. We all know that her bulge in her neck, no pun intended there. Her bulge in her neck is the same size, but it's gonna actually take surgery to get rid of it and all that stuff. So she might not be able to wrestle. We know this because of everything that's going on now.
Next season, it'll be Nikki got a hickey.
But they talked to Mark Carano. Can we get a Mark Carano song?
Mark Carano.
Mark Carano!
Thank you. And basically, Mark says, you can't wrestle. We're benching you. We're putting you as injured. You need to get this fixed, or you're done, I guess. Which is really a shame because Nikki is the face of women's wrestling in the WWE right now, at least. Because I've talked to friends at school who really don't watch wrestling. I gave them a list of names. I said, okay, what does the name Paige mean to you? And they're like, a page in a book. And I said, okay, what does the name Natalia mean to you? And they're like, nothing. I said, what does the name Nikki Bella mean to you? Oh, she's a women's wrestler. What does Brie Bella mean to you? Oh, she's a wrestler.
Oh my God, Travis!
And I went through the entire women's roster.
That makes me sad.
Yeah,
That makes me very sad.
I know it makes you very sad. I even went through some legends too. I said Jacqueline, Trish Stratus, Lita. I went through all of them. The only one some of them recognized Lita. I guess because of 32. But every single one knew who Nikki and Brie were.
Can you transfer schools?
No. Unless you want to pay for
China?
it. What?
Dad.
Did you bring up China?
No, China's blacklisted because she's going to be on the next season of Botched.
That's not why she's blacklisted.
Fucking Japan.
Yeah.
No. She's actually going to be on the next episode or the next season of Botched. Did none of you hear about that?
No, I was more interested in the porn.
It's for plastic surgery.
Of course, you're more interested
smoking
in
weed.
porn. That was Total Divas season finale, not series finale, but in the fall, series premiere of Total Bellas, featuring Nikki and Brie, John Cena, Daniel Bryan, and the other ones that no one really cares about.
I don't care about this show other than the fact that I get to see Bryan Danielson interact with John Laurinaitis, and that makes me happy.
Exactly.
I like seeing Bryan Danielson, John Cena, and John Laurinaitis just interacting with each other, living in the same house, and just getting on each other's nerves. And then because their wives are crazy.
Mr. John Laurinaitis.
Hey, John. Evil power.
Smoke weed every day.
That was Total Divas Ashley,
peace.
TNA, Impact.
TNA is dead.
Literally,
We'll get to that.
TNA is dead. Dixie, just go home. You're drunk.
No, we can
you
officially
don't watch
say
the
that.
show.
We can officially say that it's dead because the opening match proved it.
What was the opening match?
We had Gail Kim versus Jade versus Rebel versus Marty Bell versus Velvet Sky versus Madison Rain versus Maria versus I think Rosemary.
No, she's not in it.
No, Rosemary wasn't in
She's
it.
part of the finish, remember?
For control of the Knockouts division.
Oh God.
Now, I can actually help Ashley with this. This was a... Whoa!
7-way
No.
knockouts ladder match.
What that needed was just ladder match because this made fucking Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Dolph Ziggler, The Miz, Sin Cara, Stardust, and Zack Ryder fucking cry.
Yeah, this wasn't very good at all.
This was a shit ladder match.
There was a couple
Shit.
of good spots, but it should have been given more time, and I expressed my thoughts with Dixie.
No!
It should have been given a bit
You-
more time.
It could have been any sort of match rather than a ladder match.
You don't even watch the show, Travis. How are you?
I actually watched this match. I was very intrigued to see a women's ladder match that wasn't booked by me.
That's a fair point.
Mine are way better.
Right.
Wait a minute. Okay, you actually get Pop TV?
Yes.
So is this your first time watching TNA?
Since the first episode of it on Pop TV, yeah.
Okay then.
Keep in
Now-
mind, they've gone to a network which is in more homes, and the viewership is still down on last year.
But wait, they're going to FX Middle East.
What?
Did you not hear about that?
They're expanding global.
They're
haven't
expanding
expanded
globally
their-
with FX Middle East.
Oh, to a country that if they see a woman and she hasn't got a burqa on, they fucking murder her.
They don't visit the Middle East on tour.
No one does.
Yes, it
The
does.
only people that do is WWE, and they went to Dubai.
Well,
Not really the Middle East.
Dubai is like Vegas. You can get away with a shit ton of stuff there.
Yeah, you can get away with hookers looking like hookers.
Go outside the city limits.
Exactly.
Fucking kidnap son.
Yeah, you'll be taken faster than Liam Neeson's daughter.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
That was a good one.
Been career ever since he did Taken 2.
Or Taken 3.
No, Taken 2 came before Taken 3. That's what fucked him.
Yeah.
The key thing to note, I guess, in this match, other than Maria winning, is that Gail Kim got abducted by Rosemary and the Decay.
Oh, so see, because they're in the Middle East, you got abducted.
Oh, that's wrong.
Gail Kim is Asian.
Oh, I love Allah.
Will made it worse.
Jeez. No, like Gail Kim got abducted just like Christine in Phantom of the Opera. And I tweeted that to her because she saw Phantom of the Opera on Broadway a couple months ago.
Why did she get abducted?
That's a weird fucking comparison.
No, the Phantom took away Christine, so she got abducted.
Andrew Lloyd Webber's like, you know what needs to be in Love Never Dies 2? Ladder match!
Oh my god! I love.
Oh!
Holy shit! Such underrated musical right there.
No, overrated. Overrated.
When's the musical about Jackson gonna happen?
Jack.
Andrew
Already
Jackson.
happening.
See, Ashley, my question is, when you say over, is it more over than Roman Reigns?
Andrew Lloyd
Over
Webber is more over.
hang on. Over in terms of what?
When you said over, Ashley, did you mean it's over? Is it more over than Roman Reigns?
What did I say over?
You said Love Never Dies is overrated.
Oh, that's what you meant by overrated. No, I actually, I feel sorry for Roman Reigns. I don't feel sorry for Andrew Lloyd Webber, the money-making hip bitch.
Travis, you asked if there's going to be an
The fucking movie proved that. See the Nostalgia Critic review. And also bloody Lindsay Ellis. And her 40-minute analysis of why the film was shit.
I believe what Lindsay says. The thing is, you mentioned that Andrew Jackson needed a play of his own, correct?
Yes, because he's getting taken off the $20 bill.
Well, if he's getting taken off the $20 bill, then he's not getting a play anytime soon because he's becoming irrelevant.
Here's the thing. No one cares about Andrew Jackson. No one cares about Andrew Jackson.
If you ask somebody who's Andrew Jackson, they probably go, is it one of Michael's brothers?
He's Tio's brother.
I actually thought that's what, Travis meant. No, now I get it why he's getting musical, because of the whole Harriet Tubman thing, Big win for Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton.
No.
By the way, I did one of the raps on the way home, did it perfectly. Very proud of myself.
Tweet a video of that.
So,
More talk on TNA.
Drew Galloway has come to the ring. They sort of they replay him getting speared and speared and speared.
Wow.
Last week. Well, you've got to do it in the Goldberg style.
Was this before or after Gail Kidd got taken to the rafters? Because the way I have it, that was the next segment.
Oh, there was just a backstage thing where Maria was saying, "Oh, things are going to change around here," and I'm like, "Yeah, neo-Nazis."
Oh my god.
Also, apparently, not Baron Corbin, what's his name?
Trying to think who you're talking about.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, Billy Corgan.
Billy Corgan. And it sounded something like Baron Corbin.
Yeah.
Billy Corgan thinks that, what was it? Oh, he came up with some great... the social justice warriors on the internet are just as bad as the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we're not talking about that.
Remember, kids, he's in charge. He is in quote-unquote charge of TNA. It's just about to get bought by a group of neo-Nazis. Green Room is going to fucking happen in real life. I fear for you at the tapings tomorrow night, Aaron.
I'm trying to still plan.
I'm trying to figure out my way to get to the tapings tomorrow night.
Wait,
Especially if he sees the film Green Room.
At Universal,
oh shit.
TNA again?
If not Thursday. Well, it's not Total Divas taping, Travis. Sorry to disappoint you. Friday and Sunday I'm planning. But yeah, Thursday,
He can't be bothered with Saturday.
No, I'm trying to go Saturday, actually.
You can't be bothered with Thursday, then?
Yeah. I might see a movie, which I can't say now because Cleveland's not here yet.
Dude, no. That's so racist.
What?
He's gonna see... No, it's obvious. He's gonna see the porno parody of the big film for this week. The Cuntsman.
No. It's a movie Owen doesn't like. No.
Oh, BNS.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Yes.
shit. You want to know the fucking irony of that film?
It's bullshit.
Over here, it's coming out the same day as Captain America.
That's what originally was supposed to happen over here, too.
And then it came out on April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
Just say no.
And guess what? The movie was an April Fool's joke.
No, it wasn't.
If only. If only it was.
You know, Galloway says because of what happened, he's not cleared to wrestle, but that don't mean that I ain't here to fight. But instead, Rockstar Spud comes out.
You done on purpose? Of course you did.
No,
No, you didn't.
no. It's just trying to come to terms with my fucking voice. I'm having to get fucking drinks like right in front of me because I'm sipping in between the set of them.
It should be noted that Rockstar Spud's
I'm in a household which is coming down with I think the fucking Black Death.
Ah.
And it's eventually creeping up on me.
It should be noted that
That
Rockstar
means I'll be
Spud-
Sean Bean.
Hey, Rockstar Spud's new entrance music is by Billy Corgan and the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah, it's a Smashing Pumpkins theme.
That's why I've lost all respect for Rockstar Spud.
Well, I want to know what Rockstar Spud's on because he's like sniffing a lot during the promos. Which
Hey, he's just getting ready to do the dab.
It's hilarious. He must know Adam Rose. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
it's a funny gimmick.
Hang on, just because you reminded me because you mentioned the Billy Corgan. I need to get what I think is the fucking music from fucking. Where is it? That's my playlist. This is music from fucking 25, 30 years ago. And it sounds just like the fucking incidental music that they now have for TNA. A song from a cult film called Miami Connection from the 80s sounds better than Billy Corgan. Anyway. So the rock star of Spuds has come out as a suit. First says that it'll be the last time that you'll see Jeff Hardy thanks to Matt. And then Drew's like, I don't give a shit about that. I just want to fight, so do you want to fight? And then Tyrus comes out. And everyone starts going, Funky's on a roll. And he says he's been biding his time to use his #1 contendership. But I guess Galloway's hiding behind his doctors. And Drew's like, look, as soon as I'm cleared, which should be next week, which is 5 weeks later, they'll have the match. So Tyrus goes, all right.
Rockstar Spud did say to McIntyre, "You are warned. You are warned."
And then basically Tyrus begins to head off, but Drew says, "Hey, I wanted a fight. Do you want it?" Which basically ends with the double team from Rockstar Spud and Tyrus, and then finishing with Tyrus splashing onto a chair that was on Drew's midsection from the second row. But he thinks he's fucking Big Show. Oh dear. The thing is, though, the fact that fucking Brodus Clay versus Drew McIntyre is a supposed main event for next week's show. It's fucking terrible.
Oh, see, I know you were gonna say, like, when this match was taped 5 weeks ago, Ashley. How could I not? I knew you were gonna say something negative about it.
Well, no, you know when the negativity started?
When
October,
they
when
didn't
Tyrus
release
won.
Studios.
No, when Tyrus won the whole thing. Won the Bound for Glory series or whatever and got his #1 contendership opportunity when he wanted it.
No, I
That's
remember.
what fucking ruined it.
No, but I was just predicting that you weren't going to have a very light review of like this match concept even
No,
happening.
they built it up right. I just think that Tyrus is the wrong guy.
No, yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm getting to. Like, I can understand why you would feel this way, even though I knew that you were going to feel this
I
way.
prefer to see Rockstar Spud.
Yeah, well,
Because I think him and Drew could have a fucking good match compared to Fat Fuck McFuckface.
well, I mean, it's not an amazing main event. I can tell you that now. I mean, between Tyrus and Drew McIntyre. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a it's off guard. But then again,
Well, I will say, this is the most believable I've ever seen Tyrus.
in this position, because in the
Well,
promo,
no, he did the promo pretty good.
yeah, no, he did.
But it's still the whole idea of like he isn't a credible contender for me.
Yeah, well, TNA just has to book him.
Then again, Lashley isn't to me because he doesn't know what the fuck to do with Bellator.
Well, Lashley is a different story. I mean, first he was the whole Raquel thing, and then she hasn't been on screen until the Knockouts Knockdown pay-per-view this Friday night, by the way. But also,
oh shit!
dude,
Shit! Owen, have we got to find a way to watch that? Owen's fucking dead.
Owen's talking dead.
You heard? I mean, I'm guessing Owen said it last week, because obviously I was, dead, asleep.
Yeah, no, I did hear. I don't know why it's even being edited, though. To tell you the truth,
because it wasn't that good.
it was it was all right. I
Probably
mean,
because it was Barbie Hayden, though.
well, I mean, from someone
It's
like
probably a bit from column A and column B. It's not just because Raquel's green. It's because
from someone.
Barbie Hayden was a good NWA Women's Champion, but there's a reason why nobody basically has any sort of care for the NWA ever since the whole debacle with Colt Cabana and Adam Pearce.
Well, from someone who was at ringside against the guardrail, I thought it was an okay match. It was a match that has yet to happen, and I believe in wrestling, so it happened in TNA first. And for them to get national TV time, that's great.
Them to get what the fuck?
Who's ignoring? Like, is Adam Rose here? Like, who is? Sorry.
It was Will.
Yeah, you know Will Smith. Last week there was a Will Smith that passed away, and I had to go on Twitter and say it was not a Will Smith, guys. Don't worry.
Shut the hell up.
He's alive and
Oh, he suddenly decided to wake up now, the dozy fucker.
No, I thought you were a leading trend on Twitter. Did anybody notice that?
Said,
Like-
shut the hell up.
Shut up. Don't jinx me. First the black guy, now the white guy's gonna get
I'm
shot.
not gonna jinx. Joke. I'm jinxing you.
What the hell?
God, that would have been such a best moment for Cleveland to show up. Hey, Cleveland.
Sup, Cleveland?
I'm gonna see.
What the fuck did you just say, bitch?
What's up, my Nashville?
Whoa.
Whoa, Will, you took it too far.
Oh, yeah. I was just waiting for somebody to go, oh, shit. But nobody did. They, fuck it.
Ugh.
Oh, shit.
We'll do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck it. Owen's dead. I've taken over the show. Welcome to the Popcast.
It's Hoodie Man time now.
A new era in Popcast Network.
Then we get
man.
the X Division title match.
Hey.
Trevor Lee defending against DJZ and Eddie Edwards. Trevor Lee retaining in a pretty solid match. Basically, at the end, Eddie was going to go for his finish off the top rope, but thanks to Shane distracting the ref and then Andrew Everett running in, to push Eddie off the top rope, leading to the knee strike from Trevor and the pinfall.
Mm-hmm.
And then Everett and Lee basically murdered DJZ and Eddie Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, fuck everywhere else. It's all about North Carolina.
Well, I
Further
mean,
That's where
proving
Summer
my
Rae's
theory
from.
that TNA is being technically taken over by the fucking Hardy Boys.
there could be a faction brewing in the X Division, which the X Division hasn't seen a faction in quite some time. So I'm all
Yeah, but hold the front page. Hold the phone. Hold the biscuit. How many people are in this fucking division?
Oh no, I agree. It's not a lot, as it should be.
It's 4 people.
Yeah, no, it's not at the level where it used to be, and I think TNA knows that, but TNA just keep trying to.
Hell,
give it
even
to-
fucking Mandrews, the guy you signed from British Boot Camp, isn't even seen as an X Division contender. What the fuck?
What happened to Mandrews?
Who the fuck knows? Further proving British Boot Camp, piece of cunt.
Oh my god!
Fuck
Okay.
you, Borash.
I'm.
You take all these quality British talents and you fucking waste them. Hence proven by Grado and Al Snow. If I want to see anybody put over newcomers, it's not Al fucking Snow. The guy who retired 20 years ago.
In their defense, Rockstar Spud's from boot camp, and he's been.
Yeah, but he fucking disappeared for a while.
Whoa. When did Rockstar Spud disappear?
He went away for about 6 months and did nothing.
From TNA?
Then all of a sudden came back as a manager again, for EC3.
Oh, I must have not.
And then turned and joined Team Hardy.
Yeah, no, I wasn't watching at that time.
He's had a better reaction in fucking Shikara for one match at King of Trios 2014 than he's done in the entirety of his time in America for TNA.
But see, the problem is a lot of the fans that go to the TNA live events and even the tapings, they don't know who these wrestlers are. And that's really a shame. It's really a shame when someone asks me who's Jeff Hardy.
Then why the fuck are you going to the fucking show, you dumb cunts?
Yeah, no, ask them. Don't ask me. I know who the wrestlers are. But yeah, no, I don't. It's a lot of tourists that go to the Universal tape. I'll tell you that right now. That's no surprise.
Also, at the rate we're fucking going, you might as well just take the roster of CWF Mid-Atlantic and put them in the X Division.
I heard stuff about Mid-Atlantic. I wouldn't say that's a bad or good idea, but good idea.
Well, no, because then it's just like, if you're not from... You might as well just call the X Division title the North Carolina title. And if you're not from North Carolina, you're not eligible to win.
No, you can't do that.
Hell, they changed the rules of the fucking X Division. It's only people under 190 pounds, so fuck you, Samoa Joe.
I realize that. I mean, well, it'll be interesting to see if they have a one-night only X Division.
Nobody will give a fuck about that because it's on pay-per-view.
No, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it'll be interesting. Well, there's some interest for it because it's one night only where the X Division can go back to its roots. Not totally, but they could take talent from that show, just like they take talent from Knockout to Knockdown. But they really didn't sign a lot of the wrestlers from Knockout to Knockdown, just Laura Dennis.
Until they sort out their money situation, which we'll get to, none of that will be happening. So let me get a promo with Eric Young and Brown. Basically, Young's tired of catering to ex-WWE guys. He doesn't say that, but he mentions EC3 and Galloway and Jeff Hardy. And then, of course, says, right, me and Bram are quitting. And then Bram doesn't leave, and you go, oh shit! He was in TNA as well! Oh! And Young's like, what are you doing? And Bram's like, I'm tired of playing second fiddle to you. Yeah. And, perhaps I should have that title. I think it'd look better on me. So Eric Young kicks him in the balls! Pile drives him.
So I have to get this straight, and this is not a rib on TNA. This is just a rib on Bram. I don't know why they kept Bram after this happened, but so the person who got arrested for domestic dispute.
Keep in mind, the person that got arrested for a domestic dispute is two-time knockout champion Taryn Terrell.
But that's a different couple. Though.
And the victim is current TNA World Heavyweight Champion Drew Galloway.
Yeah, no, but that was a different couple though.
Really?
Drew and Taryn. I'm talking about Bram and Charlotte.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the reason Bram got fired from WWE, as please tell me you're back, Owen. Owen.
Yes, I'm back.
What was Bram's name in the Ascent?
Kenneth Cameron.
Was it? Hang on. Was it Cameron?
I believe his name was Kenneth Cameron.
Was it Cameron and Victor then?
Yeah, because Victor got signed working for Canadian Indies, and Cameron
well,
and him were the partners.
I couldn't remember because didn't he go by a different name?
No, he was Kenneth Cameron. He did when he debuted with TNA. He went under his real name for a match or two, and then he became Bram.
No, I thought he had a different name than that when he teamed with Rick Victor as the first evolution of the Ascension.
Not that I can see. I can look around into it because I do see that was his name, but they did not stress anything else to it.
But when he was there, he got done for drugs.
Right.
In a big ass, not like Adam Rose sort of Connor way. In which case, wow, Victor's got even more shitted on. For the second time with a partner in the Ascension.
Wow, that's true. Oh man, I feel so sorry for him.
He already had a reputation of being a bad nugget there.
God bless.
Let alone the allegations which were eventually dropped.
Right.
The best thing is, well, apparently some random person at ringside got fucking scissors.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Not like Brutus the Barber Beefcake. What the fuck? And basically cuts Bram's beard off, saying that he's the only one allowed to have a beard.
Crazy.
Drew Galloway. Trevor Lee. Shane Helms. Maria. I like the whole idea of Eric Young being a fucking psycho.
So do I.
The fact that Bram's getting put over, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. And added fuck off. And fuck you.
I don't understand what TNA's fixation with Bram has been.
Well, no, I mean, I agree with Ashley on Bram. I don't know why they kept him. If he was fired from WWE, should have been fired by TNA after what happened with Charlotte, because that's bad PR in TNA's side, in TNA's case. And to reward him with a push, after a TNA original Eric Young departs from the company. Honestly, beyond me. From my perspective.
And they're wanting to push Bram still, and he's going to be the one that gets the rub out of this, and that's going to be the end of it.
As long as you don't rub one out. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. So then we've got a segment with Bennett and Maria basically saying it's fairy tale time. And says how there's a prince who had everything but lost it when a white knight came into town. And then D'Angelo De Niro came on the mic and said that's racist. So. Then said that the prince blamed the white knight for his losses and that it's time for the knight to take back his kingdom. And then Adam Cole came along and said, "That's my fucking stable, you cunt."
Yep. The kingdom's return is imminent.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
I really think he did
isn't.
that to troll fans, though, because that's what I thought. It was pretty funny.
Then EC3 comes out and says that, they're a lot alike, him and Bennett. Now they've got both exquisite taste in women. They both train hard and both strive to be the best. So far, EC3 has been the best, but Bennett hasn't won anything of significance yet. Bennett says ever since he's been here, he's heard about EC3's legacy. All he sees is a little boy blaming him for his problems. And that, hell, you challenged me to a match, EC3, and I won. I think I've proven my point. So Ethan's there like, okay, if that's the case, I'm going to be following you everywhere. And, getting one up on you every time until you agree to another match. And Bennett's like, no, no chance. And then EC3 goes, look, you got the perfect opportunity. You could do something that nobody has ever done in this company. Pin me or make me submit. And Maria goes,
What?
and Bennett goes, all right, you're on.
I did forget, before I give my thoughts on this promo, I did forget to mention, or I should say I regretted to mention, that a fan had tweeted Maria on Twitter and said, whose dick did you suck up front to win the ladder match? And he said, that would be my husband's. He works miracles.
Who's the fucking twat that tweeted that at fucking Maria? You dumb cunt!
His name is Mr. Entertainment.
No, it was not me. I never tweet hate to Maria.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you never tweet hate, period. I'd be like, should I text Lana real quick?
But we
Well,
know Aaron's
that's true.
we know
That's
Aaron's
true.
an idiot. He doesn't even tweet hate to Dixie Carter.
I tweet criticism.
No, you tweet hate.
No,
At
I
the
tweet
rate we're
criticism.
at the rate we're going, Dixie needs hate crime in order
I
for
don't
her to
think
actually
it
fucking
needs
listen.
hate crime because it's all
Actually, thinking of hate crime and the fact that the company might be being sold to neo-Nazis, that's fucking ironic.
Oh my God! Stop! Jesus Christ!
Hey, that's what people are gonna keep jabbing on about.
They already have.
And they're on.
Yeah, but if those people were involved with the company, and they have this image already, I don't think it will improve their chances of getting a deal done with anybody if it does go through.
We don't even know if it's even happened.
Unless, of course, everybody actually does go and see Green Room and feel sympathetic for the characters in that film. Seriously, go see that film. It's fucking awesome.
I'd like to, but unfortunately my theater does not carry it.
Well, it's not
Your
open until
theater
next
does
week.
not carry a lot of films.
It's in a mall. What do you expect?
Is your theater gonna house Ratchet and Clank?
Yeah, it's got advanced bookings for it.
Wow, that's shocking.
It's a wide release.
Ugh.
Oh,
No,
wide
it's
release.
not shocking.
That movie's gonna fail.
Yeah, I'll be watching that next Thursday night.
Have fun.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
No, you won't.
No, he will. He hasn't played the video games. But to him, it'll be new.
I'm not gonna see it.
I don't think the studio wants you to see it, Travis.
I've seen one commercial for it, and it wasn't on TV.
So Al's in the ring.
This is interesting.
This is the promo that I wanted to see. Not the bullshit that happened last week,
This was
which
great.
was fucking nonsensical.
But this promo goes off of last week, though.
Yeah, but last week just sounded. Last week to me just felt like, somebody being told to say something.
Oh.
Whereas the way he conveyed it this week was actually like he fucking means it.
Well, maybe we watched something different last week, because I thought he meant it last week, and he certainly meant it this week. So.
Tells off the fans are whining, complaining about everything, but still watching.
True.
And how the business used to be protected. Nobody could just walk in and have an opportunity.
True.
Like fucking Rockstar Spud.
Or like Roman Reigns. Let's not just put a TNA star in there.
Hold on. Rockstar Spud came from British Boot Camp. Roman Reigns at least worked in FCW first.
But he was given an opportunity at the wrong time.
Yeah, so was Mark Andrews, and look where he fucking is, not on the card.
They just didn't have anything for him. I'm not the creative team.
He's got signed to a TNA contract, which means he's now missing out on the Global Cruiserweight Series. He's fucked.
Not if they use him at this week's tapings. They start tomorrow night.
Well, they probably won't.
You don't know. Come on.
The fans are what's wrong with the business today.
True.
No, WWE is what's wrong with the business today.
Well, also the fans too. They have a big part of it.
Well, no, the WWE has affected the fans.
Yes, but the fans as well, because they don't like something, and they want
Also, I
change.
find it fucking ironic rating the fans, yet probably 20% of that audience are actually fans. The other 80% are, we're here in the fucking holiday camp. We might as well do something in the evenings.
Well,
There's a fucking wrestling show on. Should we go see that? Billy Bob, Caitlin, Anna Marie, Cletus, Ding Doo.
I'm trying to think if there was
Now you're just saying vowels.
No, it wasn't for this. There was other tapings where they had like tourist groups, but not for this taping. I don't know what was with this crowd during this promo, because they were quiet. Even if it was like sinking into them what he was saying, which was true, or they just didn't care of the sec. I don't know.
Also, why the fuck is Al Snow starting to look like Alec Baldwin?
That's a good point, actually.
What the fuck is going on here?
I think he looks very good for his age.
Yeah, because he looks like Alec fucking Baldwin.
With short hair. Alec Baldwin doesn't have wrinkles like Al Snow does. He doesn't have a Manchu.
I'm pretty sure Alec wouldn't have one of them.
Oh, new promo.
I hate.
The great thing is,
Omar.
midway through the match, he invites the fans to get in the ring.
It was good.
Thank God they're in a controlled atmosphere. Otherwise, somebody could probably legit beat the fuck out of him.
Well, I mean, I was concerned when he
We're
said
talking old school ECW days. It's like, oh no!
I was concerned when he had said that. Because you don't know.
If that happens on this week's tapings and somebody's got a vendetta, oh shit.
No, well, they have Orlando Police and Universal Security on hand.
They're building to something. I really think this is going to be somebody in the crowd, and they're going to shoot an angle out of it.
I think it's great. And I tweeted to Dixie that they should build to. Maybe it's a match that we don't wish to see on paper, but it might be a good match if it has the right build-up to Slammiversary. Shira versus Al Snow, Grado in Shira's corner.
Why don't we just fire Shira and make it Grado and Al Snow?
I think it's fucking obvious considering what
Well,
happened in January.
What?
January. You had a bloke called Jimmy Havoc show up and get injured. So he's out. You had a bloke come in by the name of Will Ospreay. New Japan took him, so he's out. And then you had somebody that wrestles for the same wrestling company that Grado wrestles for. Who's a big, fat fuck.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
By the name of Big Damo. He would be the perfect example of somebody just walking in and making Al Snow go, "Oh shit!"
Damo's a really good idea, actually, if they roll with it.
Damo is a guy who should be in contention for the big leagues. And the thing is, he won't because he's stereotypically, people will just call him Earthquake 2.0 because he looks like him and his size, you know, and everything.
He looks like who?
Earthquake.
Oh. Never
He's
really
got
saw
the
him.
same sort of facial look. Obviously, he's got more hair on his head. He's got the same style beard, and he's got the same size gut and whatever. But he's a dangerous motherfucker. And he is, I don't know if he's current still ICW champ. Not sure. Anyway, the match itself sees Al Snow winning with brass knucks. So,
Shut up.
I'm not sure. I don't like the fact that it's basically the whole gimmick is new school beating old school. Because that'll be what the payoff will be, obviously.
Right.
Because I wouldn't say that Al Snow amplifies old school, considering fucking head.
I've always been a fan of old school versus new school, and that's clearly what this is. It's personal rivalry.
If you want old school versus new school, I only have to bring up one fucking man.
John
Boom,
Cena.
Boom, Colt Cabana.
But I don't watch ROH, actually.
You don't have to! You can go to the fucking internet! His matches are on there! Hell, he hasn't been in Ring of Honor for 7 years. So you can't have watched him on Ring of Honor because he hasn't been on there. Because fucking Jim Cornette. Old school.
Well, know what I think of Jim Cornette. That's no question.
Well, no, it's if you want old school mixed with new school, you know, I don't even just have to say Colt Cabana. Fucking Mike Quackenbush.
Never heard of him.
How did he not get a shot at TNA?
There's a reason why he runs Shikara in a fucking manner that he does, without saying the word fucking because he's kid friendly.
How did he never get a shot at TNA?
Because he was in CZW.
Okay, that's fair.
That's probably why. Because of that whole CZW Shikara feud that happened.
Ah, yes.
If you saw the fucking promo that Quack did, announcing his one-off return to wrestle his idol in the UK next month. Oh my god, that has more fucking heart than Al Snow's ever done. Even though part of me is thinking it's a work of some sort. Hell, it might not be, but I'm not going to those shows because I ain't got the money. Because it's also on my birthday weekend, and you know, it's a heck of a long way to traipse for an awesome match when I can probably just get it on bloody video on demand in my home in a chair, where I don't have to spend £60 on travel, or I can just spend £60 on actually getting the video file. Whatever.
I just think that Al Snow's not getting enough credit here. I mean, look, he's at an age.
It's a daring thing, and he's the only guy in that fucking roster that could do it.
Well, that's why I liked his emotions in his promos recently. They've been just a little tad bit more passionate than the other wrestlers. So, old school, the new school people can learn from him.
Yeah, but with respect, the old school is going out of fashion because look at Dixie Carter.
That's not necessarily true.
I think we'll find old school wrestling was all about bosses not paying their talent.
Oh my god. Do we really have to bring up the wrestlers that tweeted their paychecks?
No. I was just saying in fucking general.
In general, the dirt sheets are on about that too.
Well, there's got to be a reason that they're hemorrhaging money so fast.
Because they have the finances. Why did Mike and Maria get a good money deal?
Because at that point, TNA was trying to do something because they thought that they were building Pop TV as if it was an opportunity to do better. They were on a network in more homes, and the fact of the matter is, viewership is down a third from where it was last year on Destination America, which is all that is home of fucking frisbees and bloody nature shit that even the History Channel is like, we don't even want to touch that.
Well, they've only been
Discovery Channel.
They've only been on Pop TV for less than 4 months. It's not going to happen overnight where they're going to get the same numbers like Destination.
That's what people said with Destination America, though.
Because the negative... Okay, this is why TNA can't get any viewership. It's because the negative perception people put on it.
Which isn't helped by this angle that's going to rile up the bloody haters even more. Literally, Al Snow is doing this, and he's not even biting the hand that feeds. He's being fucking Jaws in Jaws, and he's eating the fucking arm off.
It's great they're doing an angle like this.
Al Snow is Robert Shaw.
If it gets the haters talking, look, this is what I don't get about TNA haters. There's two separate fan bases for TNA. The TNA loyals and TNA haters. If you don't like the product like Al Snow, why the fuck do you still watch?
I don't. I'm just reading the notes off some website.
No, I was just, talking about another point. Because this angle is aimed at that kind of audience. They hate on TNA, but yet they take time to tweet the wrestlers.
The fact that even the crowds on TNA for the UK tour didn't give a shit. That's how much effect bloody WWE's having. And the thing is, if he's arguing, if you don't want to see it, don't watch it. That's the problem. It's like me. I'm not watching it. I'm bitching about it. Although I think most of the time mine's constructive criticism, and then 20% is just me being a dick because I watched them loyally for years.
I did too. No, I'm not saying like you specifically. We all have like a reason, or some of us do, to watch it because we talk about it on the podcast. I'm talking about, people. I used to be a hater of TNA. I'll go on the limb and say that right now. I used to give them criticism. I got blocked by Magnus, and I didn't even do shit to him.
My major criticism
But
is, why is he singling out these two guys?
because he
Why
wants
doesn't he
to.
single out Crazy Steve?
Well, because Crazy Steve is in a tag team feud.
He's the same. He
Yeah,
practically just.
but they still got to keep the momentum going of the Decay. The Decay is the hottest thing going on in the tag team division, and that comes to
No, it's the
fruition next
only thing going on in the tag team division now. Thanks to the other two tag teams getting broken up because they decided to leave the company.
Well, Bram and Eric Young weren't
EY
going to make.
and Double R.
Bram and Eric Young weren't going to make it that far. Eric Young should always have been a singles competitor, not back in the tag team mix.
I just think there are better mid-card guys. Hell, the fucking Bromans would be a better choice. Than bloody... because I am honestly of the opinion that Mahabali Shera shouldn't even be fucking wrestling.
I
He should be
think
he should be a dance instructor somewhere, and that's fucking it.
He's a terrible wrestler.
I'm not going to disagree on that. But I think you'll probably see Bromans in the Decay.
No, but if this is Al Snow trying to get fucking Shearer over, this is like Triple H trying to get Roman Reigns over. It ain't gonna fucking work.
It could be, but I got to be honest with you guys. The backlash for Shira is not as worse as Roman Reigns is.
Wait, you're saying Mahabali Shera isn't as good as Roman Reigns?
I'm not saying he's good or bad. I'm just saying I haven't noticed a lot of
No,
backlash.
just say he's not as good as Roman Reigns, because that's the fact, a fucking fact. Shouldn't even be. If he even if he showed up to fucking CZW, Zandig would just murder him.
He should be paying people to set up the ring.
Well,
Yeah.
It's gonna take more than just us three guys saying that he shouldn't be wrestling in TNA, because I don't see the backlash for him. So obviously,
just because he was sort of something on Rink a fucking king, of which I don't think even India watches Impact Wrestling anymore. They're probably all busy buying Jeff Jarrett's fucking gold.
Do you have the viewership numbers? Do you know that for a fact?
Well, the fact viewership has remained steady in the UK, which I'm surprised about, but the fact that its major core audience, as it states, is America, and the fact that that is consistently down year on year over the last 3 years, it means there's something wrong.
If there's something wrong, how can they keep surviving year after year? I mean, like this is where my argument comes in all the time.
It's called Dixie's Parents. The last 2 years have been propped up by Dixie's parents. And I think ever since Bound for Glory, they've said, we're not going to help you anymore. And that's why they've had to get funding from additional investors for the previous sets of tapings, which is now leading to this whole buyout rumors. But we'll talk about that because that'll be coming up in the news. But
yeah, but we don't know this for sure though. Just like the news, it's pure speculation. Isn't this ironic that WWE buyout rumors started and now TNA buyout rumors starting? When is the Lucha Underground buyout rumors going to start?
they already did. They're that fucking low on money. They're making that. They're losing more money than TNA is.
But we don't know if that's fact or fiction. That's the point I'm trying to get across. I feel as if every year with TNA, they're just clickbait articles for news sites. They really are. When something happens in TNA, the dirt sheet's like, oh, let's get to it, because we'll get clicks. Every year, there's something that comes out that might jeopardize TNA. And what happens in June? No, just hear me out.
The problem is, if you looked at the public accounts of Panda Energy, you know that TNA has been making a loss for the last couple of years.
But
obviously, because it's been funded by what's Dixie's dad's name?
Bob Carter. I met him.
Carter.
No,
Carter.
Dick Carter.
No, Travis. That's Travis. Dick Carter is dead, Travis.
Is it June Carter Cash?
I meant Dick Clark.
Jackson! Oh, it all ties together!
Bob
Oh
Carter.
my
God.
No, Bob Carter. I met him one time.
Yeah.
I don't know how I met him.
It was listed in the accounts for Panda Energy because obviously the money was going to Dixie.
Well,
because they were directly funding it. It's not there now because it's sort of done basically out of Bob's own personal sort of money.
If that information's public, then all we can do is just assume, which is all these dirt sheets do. My point is...
But that's only from a few years back. That was from like 2012 or whatever. Since then, it hasn't been. So... obviously, people are going to go on rumor and speculation because the figures that were there aren't there anymore.
Yeah, no, they're not there anymore. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's freedom.
I still think this is just a waste on Grado.
Well, I mean,
Eli Drake could be a better candidate.
Oh, I do not like him either.
Drake he's improving. But the last thing I want to say is just. And why wouldn't there be speculation or rumors? Because that's what dirt sheets live on. I just feel as if they're not true journalists. Only a couple of them are in that retrospective of the wrestling industry, and they're very much disliked by some fans and a lot of the wrestlers. But just every year there's something that may put TNA in jeopardy, and then every June. They survived another year. That's the main point I want to say. And I don't even have to do a rant later on. I did it now.
But they shouldn't have to be surviving, Aaron. That's the problem.
But we
If
don't.
the product is legit better than WWE, like some people are saying, they shouldn't be struggling the way that they do.
But that's the thing, guys. We don't know if they're in survival or struggling mode just because the dirt sheets say they are. And then when you go to the wrestlers are doubting it, and the wrestlers are getting tired of the haters saying, why are you still with this?
Do you want an example? Do you want an example of how to do it properly?
Now, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say one of the dirt sheets got bashed on by Austin Aries?
Well, I mean, it wasn't about TNA. I mean, he bashes... I don't like name dropping, but he bashes the person of Wrestling Observer newsletter.
Can I state my example, please? I've even got my hand in the air as if it's like school. Please, miss!
Go ahead,
Please!
Ashley.
Please,
Shikara.
attractive teacher, call on me.
Shikara.
Yeah?
They literally killed off Shikara for an entire year to restructure and refinalize what they were going on because they were not making good money. And ever since the restructure and the reboot in, what was it, 2014? May 2014? Now the shows have been making good money from what I've heard. So much so that they can afford to, I thought the tour that they did to the UK last year was a one-off. Turns out that was so bloody lucrative. They're doing it again this year, but even more significantly, they're doing it on the anniversary weekend. Previously, when they did the anniversary stuff, it was always in Philly. Technically it is, because the first show was in, like, June. But what they're labeling as the Anniversario weekend is happening entirely in the UK. There's got to be a reason for that, because they wouldn't do it, if they're not doing it for doing its sake. If TNA decided to just stop doing stuff for 6 months just to get their finances in order, and then continue on as if nothing had happened, sort of thing, like it basically sort of did in Shikara, I think that would have been a much better fate than dragging on like they are with a decent to substandard quality of product.
Well,
and decent to substandard talent on the roster.
Well, here is something that I'm going to give an example of. I tweeted to one of the Wrestling Observer newsletter writers, and I don't want to give his initials, but he's on the radio with the host, because both of those guys, Ashley and Owen. I tweeted him. I said, what makes you think what's going on behind the scenes at TNA? He blocked me because he doesn't know a damn thing what's going on backstage. And the last thing I'm going to say is that I feel for the wrestlers of how motivated and close they are, as I saw at last month's tapings, that they have to face verbal abuse from haters and fans, who so-called fans, because when you complain to wrestlers and you hate and wish a company would die, not that we ever said that about TNA, you're not really a fan. And I feel for the wrestlers that have to face that. Maria's tired of it. Mike Bennett's tired of it. Many others are tired of it. They're just doing their job.
And Aaron, if I may add on to that, even though I don't have Pop TV, even though I wish I had so I can see what's been going on lately on in TNA, but people in Impact like Maria, Mike, and et cetera, they don't get paid to get crapped on by people who think that know wrestling. Am I correct, Aaron?
No, they don't.
They don't get paid to get crapped on by douchebag fans that think they know professional wrestling and they really don't.
Because, and fans, like me told her to, hey, don't give in to the hate, just keep doing your job, you're doing good. And she's like, I'm not. I'm just tired of people, talking about how, like, my job should be when I'm trying to put family and food on the table for my family. It really breaks my heart. It really breaks. This is the only promotion that's facing, like, critical and more hate than even Marie. and it breaks my heart as a professional wrestling fan.
Yeah, and honestly, as much as wrestling, as much as fans of, and not to, and this is on the same line as the subject, but as much as people don't like Roman, he is only doing this to get paid to keep a roof over his young daughter's head, keep clothes on her back, and put food on the table. So he does not need to listen to the haters. He's only doing this to help to keep food on the table for his daughter and, do all this for his daughter.
Well, I mean, I think in our defense, I think, we've never really, I don't think we've never given Roman Reigns that much hate. We know he's a real person. We just think he's booked poorly. And yes, fans do have a voice. I just think sometimes they overuse it. I think that's a fair way to say
Yep.
it. So.
In other words, the booking of Roman sucks, but not the actual man.
Yeah, exactly.
But because the only way that they can tell the people that are booking the shit how they feel is by taking the target at the man.
The guy.
Because, it's clearly all about the talent and how they get over. It's not anything to do with fucking us and how we write fucking drivel. Speaking of fucking drivel, the Decay show up with Gail Kim. And basically, they say, we're not letting her go. And this is the thing I'm still trying to fucking work out. We're not letting her go until Beer Money show up. So Beer Money show up, and Abyss says they want a tag title shot. And they say, look, we'll do whatever you want just as long as you let Gail go. And they do, and then they say, well, it'll just be any match. It'll be a Valley of Shadows match. So what was the fucking purpose of kidnapping Gail Kim, considering there is no fucking connection between her and bloody Beer Money? What
might have been
the actual fuck?
It could be reasons, or just a tease that.
No, it's not reasons.
No. It's just
fucking TNA Creative writing such a shit storyline because they're trying to cover up the fact that they can't pay Bobby Roode anymore because basically the pay that they're offering him is derogatory to what he's had previously.
The Decay, once they get the tag team title gold, if that even happens, wink wink, watch next week.
They had it fucking anyway. They fucking stole them.
No, I understand that, but they're actually going to win them fair and square. But maybe it's a tease that Rosemary wants the Knockouts Championship, and she's just letting Gail Kim, not to stand in my way, and the Decay just reigns gold, most of it in TNA. It's a weird.
Gail Kim's got nothing to do with the Knockouts Championship, though.
No, I'm saying if it's building up to that though down the line, it's a weird way of doing it. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I mean, I enjoyed the backstage promos. I do enjoy the rhymes and the poems from Rosemary. I think that group is really got a lot of charisma.
This is the first time I actually saw a real Decay promo, and like I said before, Rosemary's chance in every way possible. Same speech pattern. Rosemary's amazing. I love Courtney Rush.
Courtney Rush is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Crazy Steve, average. Abyss, I don't know why he's still fucking there.
I think with Abyss, I think it's passion. But yeah, no, Rosemary delivers every time. And she is chance in and out. I agree with Owen on that. And one of my favorite, huge part of that faction, huge part.
So, when Owen calls Rosemary Chance, in which, yes, because Aaron, Impact will post some of their clips from the shows on YouTube, and I've seen Rosemary. She looks really good. She could have a future in TNA, and when
She's
you
Courtney
call her
Rush.
Chance,
Yeah, Courtney Rush
She's
originally.
Courtney fucking Rush.
Yep.
If you've seen any of her indie work, you'll know that she is a woman that should have been on the main roster of either TNA or WWE 3 years ago.
And I never even seen her before she came to TNA. So, and to impress
The thing is,
a
she's
different
fucking beautiful, and she's marring herself by doing all the fucking stupid makeup.
Yeah,
She would be the quote-unquote diva image that WWE was looking for. I guess the only problem is she's Canadian, and they have problems with Canadians at fucking borders. I'm surprised that hasn't bit TNA in the ass yet.
I think
Well,
the
what
thing
else-
brings out the character in her, though.
But anyway, what I was gonna say was, you call her Chance, so does that mean we can't call Crazy Steve Jack since he doesn't quite resemble, or does he even act like Jack?
Hold on, just one moment. And Aaron is the only one on this call that's going to understand what I say this. If you watched Monsters of Mayhem last year, the first weekend of the event, pretty much the first 2 weekends of the event, the Jacks didn't have their masks yet. So when the Jack came out the door, he looked like Crazy Steve. And that's exactly what I said to this character in question, and he smiled at me. So yes, we finally come full circle a year later.
It really did.
Yep.
It really. I laughed when I saw it. Oh, cameo!
Crazy Steve! So yes, in that sense, well, he is Jack the Clown without any makeup, without any real mask or any sort of wig or anything. He's basically a stripped down version of Jack the Clown underneath the face.
It's Claire Lynch all over again.
Oh God.
And Abyss is just Abyss. He's just there tagging along.
Abyss is great. I just wish he would have got a fair shot.
Abyss is the pity fuck.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him.
Well, I think. Well, wait a minute. See, I feel,
Abyss is basically Kane.
Yeah.
I've always thought that.
Should have retired 2 years.
I feel as if Abyss and Rosemary are the two mouthpieces in the Decay. Why can't we just have it down to Rosemary and Crazy? Well then again, you would have a wrestler and a man.
Well, remember that whole thing that they had with Rosemary, Crazy Steve, and Jimmy Havoc.
I enjoyed that. That was pretty good.
That was, even though that only lasted 2 fucking weeks.
It's a shame.
That's the most believable shit I've seen the Decay done. Mainly because Abyss had nothing really to fucking do with it.
God, that was terrible.
What was terrible?
I just suffered through watching something that was 1 minute and 50 seconds of pure torture.
Don't send me the link.
Oh my god.
I'm going to send you the link.
Didn't mean the
Hulk porno parody trailer.
It might have been It might have been the Total Bellas trailer.
Ha ha. Ha ha. You're funny, sir.
Happy birthday, Brutus Beefcake.
Oh yeah,
No.
it's past midnight. Would you look at that?
No, fuck Brutus Beefcake. Queen Elizabeth II's fucking 90. She's had more of a wrestling career, Duchess of Queensberry rules. Either way.
Oh, I know what Travis.
I think I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
We now get to Hardy versus Hardy for the name of Hardy, brought to you by Thomas Hardy, Hardy's Wine.
No, Ed Hardy.
Hardy Boys series of books. Tom Hardy, the Hollywood actor.
Tom Hardy's awesome.
And the garden center by the name of Hardy Perennials.
Hardy's Restaurant, come on.
But By the Frisco
I
melt
don't even know what
melt sandwich at Hardee's.
Or Carl's Jr., depending on where you are.
Yeah, Carl's
Heard of
Jr.
that
sucks.
I've heard of that one because it sounds like a golf player. This was a solid match.
I like this match a lot.
The only issue being, I only saw about half of it because the rest of it was in the fucking dark.
The rest of it was in the dark. Like, look, well, wait a minute. What do you mean? Like when it was outside the rain?
Yeah. Anytime they went somebody where there wasn't any lighting, it was just like, you might as well just get fucking shadow puppets and just like,
It
do some
felt like
fighting that way.
it felt like Shotgun Saturday Night, actually, the way it was shot.
So well, I was a big fan of the way this match was shot because this is my first time seeing it in person. So basically, they should have what you're saying, Ashley. They just should have had a spotlight, just put it on both men.
Shit.
They should have had somebody with a camera following them with just a light on it.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, either way, yeah.
Rather than, I'm gonna hurt you, boy. You can't see me, but I'm gonna stick my dick in you.
Yeah, that's gimmick improvement there, boy.
Block.
And you know what I say when I'm finished?
Run.
Run.
Yes. Fucking call that shit.
It's that guy coming back to the podcast network again that showed up on WrestleMania.
Actually, no, thinking about it, I swear I saw fucking Hoodie Man.
He probably did.
In that match, Hoodie Man was there somewhere in the darkness. He's watching on.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die. Fucking die.
Yeah, it obviously had the payoff, which is, I don't want to say it's a rip-off of that bit from Raw when Hardy decided to murder himself onto Randy Orton back on that Raw in 2008 or 2007, whatever the fuck it was.
2085.
But as soon as you knew what the match was, and the fact obviously it was no DQ and it was an I Quit thing, I knew there was going to be some shit going down, and of course it did. The giant swanton bomb onto Matt on a table with basically both taken out by EMTs because they were both dead.
I don't know if I should. This would be kind of weird to mention this after this match, but I have legit breaking news though about TNA.
Oh
Is the
shit!
single title?
No, someone had departed just now.
Oh shit! Is it me?
Oh.
No, it's not a big star, but
Wow.
she had a lot of contributions in the early days of TNA. Or
Interesting.
a few
Dixie's gone! Yes!
No.
There is a god.
No. Shut up, Travis. Total Divas is not gone, so there's no god.
Oh, God!
Oh!
Oh, man.
Holy shit! I didn't go off to that one because that caught me off guard.
Hey, is Aaron turned up? Because I can barely hear him.
God's not dead. Okay.
Don't go there.
Christy.
God's not dead. House confirmed.
God, I hope not.
Really no. Okay,
He's
so
gone.
Christy
He's
had
gone.
Christy had me tweeted earlier tonight. So thankful for wrestling and Impact Wrestling, especially John Gabrick.
Gaburik.
For inspiration
God.
toward my future. # following my dream. # next chapter. So thank you, Christy Hemme. And thank you for the shirt you gave me on my birthday. Very thoughtful.
Hey, getting rid of the wrong fuckers again.
A lot of articles.
Hey, getting rid of the wrong fuckers.
But what was, Christy Hemme was winding down anyways, though. She wasn't going to become a wrestler again. And took a break from announcing because she had a baby. So
Got a baby.
That is breaking news.
Yeah, even though she tweeted like at 8:30, so I didn't know it was that early. I'm just now finding out about it.
Thank you, WrestleZone. The one of the big spots of this match that I really enjoyed, Ashley, was the side effect on the guardrail that was across the guardrail and the table.
Mm-hmm.
That was awesome.
I'm not saying it's a bad match. It's just the problem is, about half of it you couldn't see unless
Yeah,
you're actually there.
It was the presentation.
And the final bump in the match was just awesome.
Good old Josh, overselling it. Oh, he's dead. Oh,
Yeah. No, this was even funnier than Lucha Underground's. Like, it felt like Lucha Underground and Impact Wrestling shared like similar big spots in matches that involved like death, because like you see Jeff Hardy do the Swanton Bomb, okay, and then all you hear for the next 30 seconds is like nonstop bleeping almost on Pope and Josh.
You know what's fucking worried me though, along with Matthew of Botchamania fame. We've literally had a no DQ, I quit match. And a ladder match, which of course would technically be no DQ as well, this week. And I guess the triple threat X Division one would be no DQ as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Technically. And next week you're already advertising 2 no DQ matches. I think the one is EC3 versus Bennett. And then I can't remember what the other one is. I'm guessing it's it's the tag title match, the Winds of Change match, whatever the fuck they called it.
Valley of Shadows.
Shadows
the
of
decay
weed
against
smoke.
your money.
Shadows of weed smoke.
Bram and Eric Young for the King of the Mountain title, and
that's what it was called.
Tyrus and Drew Galloway for the TNA World Heavyweight title.
It's like it's like.
And
the name of the company is Total Non-Stop Disqualifications.
What is the other match? Oh, Mike Bennett versus EC3. If that wasn't said. Next week. And the debut of Fact of Life, which is the best talk show TNA has ever put on, hosted by Eli Drake.
That's not fucking saying much, considering the only other talk show that they've had on is, huh?
Let me talk to you.
Huh?
No, there had to be another talk show other than Huh, though.
Huh?
There had to be another talk show on TNA.
No.
The Ozone. Hello, Orlando Jordan.
There was a Piper's Pit with Johnny Fairplay back in the day.
There we go.
Yeah, back in the day, when TNA was a product.
You didn't say it had to be now. You said it had to happen eventually, and it's true.
Yeah, but the reason Impact didn't have to do it is because they couldn't match with the quality of like Highlight Reel or Cutting Edge or Peep Show or anything that WWE could do. Hell, fucking bloody Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly's Fish Tank on Ring of Honor is a better bloody talk show segment in the wrestling ring than any of TNA's stuff over the past 5 years.
Well, another thing is that I don't think talk shows are really like a necessity in wrestling. Fans want to see wrestling, not talking.
Yeah, but it's a way you can build the feud.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a way to build.
Like how it's done with Jericho and Ambrose.
Yeah, and Jericho and HBK. Yeah,
Like how it's done with Miz and Cesaro, even though Miz fucking sucked at it.
Fucking sucks.
I mean, well, I agree on how it builds storylines. It can also be a filler or something to calm you down after a great match. But I mean, it's not always needed. I mean, we've seen Miz TV a little bit way too many times this year already.
way too
I
many
like
times.
The Miz, but I don't think it's necessary to do Miz TV on Raw and SmackDown for 2 weeks in a row. That's just
Also,
me.
I love the fact how I've just realised this. We've established that basically Eli Drake cheated his way to getting the King of the Mountain. Was it the King of the Mountain case?
The Feast or Fired case?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. If it's King of the Mountain title, then why is Eric Young going against someone next week?
Well, he's got to cash it in within the next 12 months. But we've already established the fact that he switched cases
No, I know.
somehow with Grado.
Watch Eli Drake cashing in at the tapings this week.
So that doesn't make sense. It should be Grado that's getting the opportunity rather than fucking Drake. If there were shenanigans with the cases, which meant that Eli got the case that Grado had, and vice versa.
What about Eli brings out a case, he opens it for his shot, and we find out that he's fired?
Well, no, because the case has already been opened.
They could have been messing with people just to fire 2 people, and that's how they tried to get rid of Grado, and it didn't work.
Don't do it, TNA. I want to buy the dummy yeah shirt from Eli Drake. Don't do this to me. Do not
We'll
fire
be able to do it tomorrow before, he's fired for being irrelevant. Either way, it was a solid show from TNA. It's just that I think real life got in the way. Because the thing is, nobody was talking. I mean, probably the only talking point from last night, other than the Hardys match, was what's the future of the company. Circumstances.
I personally think they will be fine.
Okay.
Obviously, by this time next week, we will have some of the Slammiversary.
I don't think they'll be fine. I hope they'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm staying positive.
So am I. It's just I've got the skepticism that we're talking about. This is clearly the woman that can't take criticism. You've had a go at her Aaron multiple times over the fact, oh, this show's live, darling. Despite the fact that we actually saw the fucking end to the main event.
I mean,
live.
Yeah, I mean, the hashtag stand up campaign was call for criticism.
Noise.
Fight!
But obviously, when I go to TNA tapings whenever they are this week, and I'll bring you guys spoilers. It'll be much less than before because I'm not going every single night like I would want to because they're really fun again. Depending on the crowd.
Just as long as we get the live sex celebration with Maria and Mike Bennett.
Oh, that would be a miracle.
God.
Sick fuck.
No, but I have to say before we move on, I did enjoy Maria's periscopes with Mike in the Universal Parks today. I thought that's a little shout out to Owen right there. So those
I
are
bet you enjoyed them.
great. Oh, and Maria, by the way, she got sunburn, and so she said for the next few weeks after this week's TV tapings, I'm gonna look like a lobster. So I tweeted her rule of thumb: wear sunscreen in the Sunshine State for a reason.
Okay. That's TNA.
That took too damn long.
Lots to talk about this week, though.
Yes, there is.
TNA News is actually kicking off news today.
Of course it is.
There you go.
Matt Hardy, king of the internet.
Hey, internet.
His tweets He says, a piece of the broken table pierced my flesh and hit my spine, permanently damaging my spinal cord. I am finished. Gotta love Matt Hardy playing up the injury from last night.
Matt. I wanted to say this to you, but I didn't want to embarrass you. You waited 5 fucking weeks to say that?
He wanted to wait till the show actually aired, even though he worked at WrestleCon and other places as well.
I know.
He's the PWS champion now, too, so...
Yeah, he is. He's defending it, I think, this weekend, or defending some title this weekend.
I don't have a PWS result.
But yeah, no, but you know, it's just Matt being Matt. I love how some of the fans, most of the fans are.
What does Maxwell Hardy think about all of this? What does Maxwell think about all this?
That's a good question.
Oh my god, I saw Maxwell crying.
Fuck, what the shit have you done, Max?
Maxwell was crying in Rebby Sky's arms on Impact Wrestling this week. So clearly he does not want to be on TV.
So we've got some news. Apparently it's big news. Travis, you can chime in about this.
Finally.
About Conor McGregor.
Oh, yay.
Retiring.
This is a work. He's not retiring.
He's leaving the MMA, and apparently there's a lot of fuel to the fire that he may be joining World Wrestling Entertainment.
It wouldn't shock me because...
No, that's very clever marketing from WWE, considering what happened to a certain Phil Brooks.
Another podcaster texted me today, and apparently CM Punk is retiring from the UFC as well.
Oh, that was funny. Anybody that fell for that was funny.
That might be true, though.
No, that was a total work.
He's not fighting anytime soon, Owen.
I don't know about that. McGregor does have a non-compete.
Keep in mind, Conor could still be on that card. Because if the card is how it is and it doesn't fucking sell out, Dana will basically try and suck Conor McGregor's cock.
Yeah.
Just to get him back on the show.
Legit.
But there are some... It's interesting because something to note is that WWE actually just followed him on Twitter this morning.
Who?
Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor is confirmed. Conor McGregor's coming to WWE.
I just want Conor McGregor to walk into the WWE like at Payback or something like that to say I want Sheamus.
Whoa!
Sheamus comes out, dies basically because Conor McGregor.
Shut up, Travis. Shut up. Seriously, shut up. We do have breaking news.
What?
Hang on. He and just to finish off on that fact, he and Ronda are the two biggest draws in that company, and if it means that UFC 200 is going to suffer from a lackluster card, which means there's less interest in it, considering the significance of the anniversary of it because it's the 200th pay-per-view, you know, they'll do whatever they can to fix it. You know, it'll probably still be a solid card.
I'm worrying it.
The fact that they pulled him off it just because he wouldn't do the media stuff, which it's known that Conor isn't very much a media-savvy bloke.
He's not.
Because when he does it, he's a fucking moron, and that's why they love him. That's the beautiful thing.
No.
Okay. Now,
It's true, Travis.
hold on. Everyone, shut up. I'm trying to get this out here because this actually is breaking news and this is important.
Oh.
So I've been looking on Twitter and it just came across my news feed that this is coming from the official Twitter page of Joni Lauer. It is with deep sadness to inform you today that we lost a true icon, a real-life superhero. Joni Lauer, a.k.a. China, the ninth wonder of the world, has passed away at 45. She will live forever in the memories of her millions of fans and all of us that loved her. And that is from Felix of Team China at therealchina.com. So today we have lost Joni Lauer. That's why I was trying to shut everyone up. Yeah.
Well, now you really have shut us up because we're speechless. the fuck?
My apologies for shutting everyone up, but I mean, that had to be said.
Wow.
I really hate to say it, but it's
Joni is
how her life was going was just so sad. And how she had multiple chances to turn it around. And
Travis even mentioned today talking about being on the next season of the reality show too.
Yeah, they'll cut that.
And even some fans rallied to get her into the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there's numerous people that are reporting it right now. It is just something that is broken like 5 minutes ago. So
okay, so WWE is gonna take a little bit to say something.
WWE is going to be in an interesting position to say something.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be. She was a big part of their history in the '90s, and I wasn't watching wrestling in the '90s. I was still young.
The thing is, the only thing that we properly have is a statement on China's Twitter from 8 minutes ago.
Yep.
So that's all we have to go on at the minute.
That's the speech that I read, actually.
The fact that it's on her, our own page.
Give me a second. I'm gonna look more.
Wait a minute. Because I'm not finding anything. I don't know if it's just on that. I don't know if it's on my end that I'm not paying attention or.
I got a way that I can find out if it's like, well, of course it's legit, but find out.
We need to get official confirmation here, and if this proves out to be another work, then you people suck.
And whoever hacked the Twitter account or whoever did that needs to, like, using Owen's term, like, die in a fire.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in right now on the internet.
Oh,
Joni Lauer passes away.
It's not up yet. They're not talking about it yet. No one has.
Coachman's not on right now. Fuck. Coachman would talk about it.
It's a word.
This literally broke on her Twitter feed 10 minutes ago. We're basically reporting breaking news as breaking as it can be.
Right.
Hell, the place that I've been refreshing on for the last 2 hours, it's only just posted up the news about it. From about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or so.
What the hell?
Talk about it? They talked about it. He's popular.
I'm going.
This just fucking derailed the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did.
Wow.
Shit.
This truly has been a shitty fucking year. No, but in terms of the UK stuff,
if you think
today
about
the UK lost one of its great comedians in Victoria Wood. It's lost Bowie. It's lost Ronnie Corbett. It's lost a lot of big names in the last give or take 4 months or so. And then in the wrestling world alone, I mean, obviously because it's it's not really affected me, but because I've got connections with it. Chris Travis,
right,
along with Balls and Blackjack, and now China. It's like,
God.
Yeah,
fuck.
You've lost 4 wrestling superstars in a matter of a month.
We don't know if this is real or not.
No, Will, to put an understanding, if it's on the wrestler's official Twitter,
I
don't think this would be
news. Nope. Okay, never mind.
So, I mean, this is literally breaking at the time. Joni was trying to get better. She had a lot of issues with drugs in the past, but she was finally trying to get back on track. She moved to Japan to become a teacher, and she got away from the wrestling business. She got away from the porn industry. She was trying to get herself back 100% again. And I hate to report this to be 100% accurate because we don't know yet for sure. And I swear to you, if this is another one of those hoax, this is going to be one of those things that's just ridiculous. But we don't know. We don't know if this is legit or not.
It's gonna put that fucking documentary into a lot of context if it is.
Yeah, it really will. A lot of places are starting to pick up on it right now. I haven't
just posted it.
Yeah, it is legit. It's so sad. It really is. Like if you were growing up in the Attitude Era, it was. I mean, obviously it was Sean and Hunter, but it was also China as well. So there's a lot of things that Joni Lauer did that other people couldn't do. She was basically the trailblazer when it comes to women facing men in this day and age.
And
Intercontinental Championship against Jeff Jarrett in the Good Housekeeping match.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't she also the first woman to ever enter the Royal Rumble?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And she made
First
a couple
ever
of
female
appearances.
IC champ.
Yep.
She was all around wrestling. She made a couple appearances for TNA.
Yep.
Probably many other appearances with other promotions.
She was a referee in New Japan.
That was the fucking irony, though. I shouldn't have used that word because that was the cause.
Right.
She hadn't have done the porn that she did, she might have actually had a second wave of a career in TNA.
I'm sure she would have.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean,
because she literally wrestled that one pay-per-view,
yeah,
and like 2 days before it, Vivid announced, "Oh, by the way, here's the China porno." And then all of a sudden, it was just like, well, we know that TNA, even though TNA is supposed to be more adult than WWE in terms of its demographic and everything, you knew that a company like TNA would not want anything to do with somebody who's actually doing porn. That's why, apart from the rehab stuff that WWE does,
right?
That's why you haven't seen Sunny anywhere near or referenced on WWE shows since she went to Vivid and did her porno.
I want to throw out a message to Hunter right now, and this is because of somebody on Twitter. He says, "All right, Trips, cards on the table. You want to put this out to pasture, induct her."
I'd do it.
At this point, they're going to have to do it, and the place and time is Amway Center, WrestleMania 33 weekend in Orlando.
And it's not for publicity. It's not just yes, she had a bad life after wrestling, but you can't knock that she did so much.
It is that Hall of Fame induction, when it happens next year, because I think it should happen next year, is to cement her legacy like all the men and women that came after her and before.
Yeah, WrestleZone has just confirmed it too. So
WrestleZone?
There is no work here. So we here on the podcast network want to issue our condolences to Joni's family and friends in their time of mourning, and it's good that like I said on Twitter, I'm not trying to get myself over or anything like this. I'm basically just saying that it's true. It's good that she's finally at peace.
Damn, yeah. Wow. I cannot believe that we were just talking about her, and then just like that, at the snap of a finger, she just...
It's strange how, events like this happen in life sometimes. It really is. Because I was on Twitter the same time, seconds after Balls Mahoney's death broke. Really weird.
Yeah, it's been a really bad several years for deaths in entertainment.
See, I guess the question is, because the problem is, would they be able to edit in considering it's just aired in Canada? But are they going to put anything before the US airing a Smackdown tomorrow?
I'll watch
And then if not,
Raw on
I'd
Monday.
say, despite what she's done in her life, I would say
There is a new
realistically, you'd have to have some sort of thing. Acknowledge, it doesn't even have to be a video package. It can just be a, this is dedicated to the memory of, Joni, China, Laura, or whatever.
I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's...
I tell you, professional wrestling and the entertainment, Hollywood, any industry, have the most bizarre deaths recently.
And we still don't know what
I
it's
tell
from.
you, it's mainly the us UK people, but a lot of big people in the UK scene have died in the last 4 months. The biggest would be the global one in Bowie and whatever, but
Bad.
even if you take into account Lemmy only passed away 28th of December.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few days at the end of the year. It's been a fucking bad year in terms of, big people passing away. In the wrestling world, in the entertainment world,
Right.
in the British world, a whole bunch of things.
A former world and tag team champion Cowboy James Storm tweeted, "Thoughts and prayers go out to China's family. She was always cool with me. Hashtag RIP Ninth Wonder."
Yeah, it's just, it's hard to go on after news like that, but
I don't want to say, I'd like to know how she died, like cause of death. But considering the age that she was, I hope it isn't a negative thing. I hope it's something like cancer or something rather than anything connected to her problems with drugs and depression and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Like the ultimate worse.
We can't confirm
I don't
this.
say that cancer is positive, but if it's something that's terminal that she didn't disclose, but wanted to battle through it, it's fair. But if it's something like that, it's even more of a you feel even more sort of for what could have been had things actually turned out right.
Right.
I don't even know if that the Kickstarter documentary's even been properly released.
All right, so I just walked upstairs because I heard footsteps, and Dad was watching Game of Thrones. Don't know why, but he was. And we all know on the podcast that my dad is a wrestling fan, but more of an older wrestling fan, so he knows like China and Lita and all them. So I told him about China's passing, and he's like half awake or half asleep, however you take it, because he was staying up watching season 1 of Game of Thrones. He literally snapped awake and said, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, 40. What was it? 45, 46?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Wow." That's the only words he said.
That's all you can say.
It's ridiculous.
And I went to a horror convention in Atlanta back in February. It was called Days of the Dead.
Right.
And she was there. She was signing, and I actually saw how she looked. you know how she had all that muscle back in the Attitude Era? Well, I saw her at that convention, and she was like, I don't want to say like really skinny to where like you can see like the bones and like her bones, but she was so bad looking. Like she didn't look good. Like honestly, I hate to be disrespectful, even though she just passed. She didn't look good when I saw her.
Can I sort of salvage it by being a bit respectful?
Yes.
I've gone to the Kickstarter page for the China documentary that got funded last year. I won't read it through, verbatim, but basically the first trailer is supposedly coming out in May. Film is well into production. As with all documentaries, situations change and grow, so we're continuing to film and not miss a beat. And then the film would be released in spring of 2017.
Ooh.
Rest assured, everyone will be receiving their award, however delayed. We must focus on the ever-changing landscape of China's life and progress now in Los Angeles. I promise we'll keep you more in the loop. To be honest, I've been so focused on production, it's been hard to update everybody. Because this is the thing that I think is a bit interesting. Because this film has become bigger than we ever expected, and then in brackets, we can't publicly say why yet.
But all I gotta say right now is
Now I'm wondering whether she did get some sort of terminal illness.
ESPN just flashed on the bottom line.
TMZ as well.
Well, I don't like TMZ, and
I don't like breaking news about deaths on the podcast.
E-Network.
I don't.
well, all I gotta say is right now, and Aaron's right. You know, after she left the adult industry, she was trying to get her life turned around. But I'm gonna say this right now: God bless, or God rest her soul. That's all I gotta say is God rest her soul.
It's just it's weird. There's so much to talk about tonight still, and it's like just took the air out from all of us.
And yeah, and again,
the video I think everybody needs to see because it honors her and proves how much of a dick Jeff Jarrett is. Was it No Mercy 99?
We're talking about the Good Housekeeping match?
Yeah, where she won the title off him.
No Mercy 99, yes.
Go watch that match.
You know, I gotta say, this is actually pretty creepy. The only time, well, okay, first, when I used to live up north, I actually lived in the same neighborhood as her. And then when I moved down here, first time, and just like Balls Mahoney, first time and only time I saw her in person was both of them under the same roof, separate pay-per-views. I saw her team with Kurt Angle. I don't remember if she won or lost, but I remember seeing her.
I don't think she directly. I think Kurt won.
Yeah.
But it was that match that was her.
That's my only. So I only have one memory of her in Balls Mahoney. That's so creepy. I've seen them both win.
wow.
I'm gonna message Cleveland.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, welcome to the chat, Acer. It is...
Max Landis changed the way women were viewed on WWE programming for the better.
Right.
But hey,
because the angle that she had, the whole Mamacita thing with Eddie, was really good. Yeah, TMZ's now reporting it.
Yeah, so it's beneficial. According to some more reports, we don't know anything more than this. She was found in her home on Wednesday night. That's all that is being said right now. So we'll find out more periodically, and if we have any news on Wednesday or even on Monday, we'll pass it along to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, let's look at the positives she's done for the wrestling business. I mean, like I said earlier, she was the first woman to enter the Royal Rumble. She really helped, I would say, she really helped define the Attitude Era.
One of my other friends is, I mean, it's not the right thing to say, but it sort of weirdly does make sense. He tweeted, "I feel like an awful human being thinking China's death was more expected than surprising."
That's why I was careful with my word choosing earlier.
It caught us off guard, admittedly.
Yep.
With the issues that she'd been in over the last few years, I can certainly see his point.
Yeah, according to, so we'll get some more information on Monday. Hopefully, after the weekend, we'll find out some more about what's going on, and once there's anything further, we'll pass it along on the podcast. Just crazy to think. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's getting late, and I apologize for that, but it's just something like this hits. It's like you don't expect it at all. But
God.
But it feels weird to move on after that. It really does.
Yeah. Show must go on.
I don't know, Ashley. What do you think?
I still think we should continue on.
I agree.
Because if anything,
the fact that where I get a lot of my news, being the Observer,
right,
hasn't even got the article out yet.
Yep.
Because I think they're verifying it through the because they've obviously got the sources that will be a lot more in the know than anybody else will. I think we should just not let it affect us too much,
Yeah.
Go on with the show, and thank God it's not 420 anymore, because then I don't have to do any fucking stupid weed jokes.
That's true. Well, the show must go on then.
Speaking of weed, though, is that a segue?
Yes, it is a segue.
Before we move on to that.
What? Oh shit!
I don't even know what that was.
Somebody's undoing their pants. Oh no!
Before we get to that, I'm gonna stay on my phone and my computer and all that stuff and e-news just in case if anything actually pops up, I can tell y'all.
Yeah, I will too.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a segue, Ashley.
Yeah, we got a rather interesting statement today.
Yeah.
From a certain Monsieur Adam Rose.
Yeah, everyone should know by now, especially if you're listening to this, that Adam Rose and Connor O'Brien, yes, I use his old name, were basically held by the wellness policy, and they have now a 60-day suspension from WWE.
So it wasn't for touching Vince McMahon?
This is the second time that's happened in their careers. I don't feel like being jokey tonight, so there.
Yeah, we don't need to make any more jokes about anything about deaths. We don't need to make any more jokes about.
I wasn't making a joke about anyone dying.
Oh, I know you weren't.
I was making a joke about touching Vince McMahon.
Dear God. Okay. Two things out of this. Number one, in Newcastle, earlier today, the Social Outcasts have brought in a new member, Victor. Victor is now in the Social Outcast, at least on the house show. Will be interesting to see if he actually makes it to Raw on Monday in Hartford, Connecticut. Tickets are still available.
Oh my goodness.
And you can still hear me in the background, apparently.
Oh my gosh.
I hate echoes.
I'm sorry.
So, yes, Adam Rose issued a statement, quite a impactful statement on Twitter today. He says, "I was not going to respond to my suspension, but I feel I have to. I have two sons that will one day read that news about their daddy and a sister that died from complications related to a lifelong battle with heroin. So I feel the absolute need and right to respond and let the truth be known. I am pretty sure this response will meet nowhere near the publicity that my suspension did, and that this response is tantamount to career suicide. But I feel for my sons, my sister, and the rest of my family. You, the WWE Universe, have the right to know the truth over my suspension and what it was for. I will also quote my doctor in response, as he was as shocked and appalled by this suspension. I can say right now I did not do anything knowingly wrong and was taking prescribed medication that my doctor and I followed all the correct protocol on. My actual response and the doctor's response will be coming soon, so before you judge, know the facts. My family and I are still collecting ourselves from this blow. I have zero anger or animosity towards the WWE, but I feel the administrators over the WWE wellness policy were simply just not right in taking this action. But I feel facts are the facts, and my family and I will be the ones putting our lives back together after this mess. My response will be up soon, along with my doctors. And when that does happen, we will cover that here on the podcast. If there is a deeper-seated issue with Ray LePan on his any sort of addiction to heroin or any sort of recreational drug, I just hope that he could get himself right, because we don't need any more problems happening in wrestling. We don't need any more deaths way before their time. Like, for example, he says it right in those words. I don't want to have my two sons to read about their daddy dying from a heroin battle. It's just a chilling thing to read. It really is.
Well, yeah, I mean, after what had happened a few minutes ago, I regained my respect for Adam Rose after, days of him being at the butt end of many jokes.
Right.
And, reading this statement, it was heartfelt, it was truthful, there was no assumptions, no speculation, it was his words. And I really hope that, maybe, I hope that what he had said in the statement of what kind of drugs they were, it is perfectly true. And maybe
Right.
overlooked those, and maybe it's a drug that WWE does not allow in a wrestler system, because ever since Chris Benoit, they make it very stricter. If I'm not mistaken, is this his first offense or second offense? Because the first
Second.
it
Both
is,
seconds.
I did not even know that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm 50-50 with Adam Rose being it the first, second time. So, but yes, he is such a smart man to actually notice, because not many wrestlers notice this. They just keep on doing it. Randy Orton. To actually notice that this is career suicide. So he's a smart man than I thought he was.
Right.
And I hope he can get over that addiction. Obviously, I don't think this was something that he could have or should have mentioned in the NXT documentary that ESPN did. Wonderful documentary.
Right.
But it is chilling to know that he has that addiction, and he has two kids and a mother and wife. So I don't know. I wish Adam Rose all the best. I really do.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that, Aaron, without a doubt. I hope that if anything is wrong, I hope that it gets fixed and Adam Rose can be in better shape in his life, emotionally.
It sucks that Adam Rose isn't going to be on television, because I actually like his character. He's the only one of the social outcasts I actually like.
I like them all for different reasons, but that's because I'm a fan of all 4 of them. And now apparently 5 of them. I got some interesting news about an interview that was with Busted Open Radio over the weekend. Sasha Banks said, and I quote, "There's always going to be, so to say, divas, and I'm in a category of wrestlers. It's not for me. I won't ever be on that show. Saying it out there for a fact, but it's fine. People like it. People watch it, so let them enjoy it." That is Sasha Banks defending Travis.
Sasha Banks.
Aaron, see? Your future wife even said
Sasha
that
Banks
people
defending
like
Travis.
to let them watch it.
A future wife. I mean, I know she's got a fiance, and yours has a fiance too. So.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm sure Travis would much rather him to be solo at this point.
Well, because she said she likes diva. No, I mean, like, hey, that good for Sasha. Not surprised that she would never want to be on Total Divas. I'm not even a wrestler, and I don't want to be on Total Divas.
Total Divas is a good thing, a good springboard for people that
don't like wrestling or don't watch wrestling.
Well, I always
that want to get back into it.
How does that explain Paige and Natalia?
Well, yeah, I want to be fair here. I think, and Travis would agree with me on this, I think it's a show where some women wrestlers in WWE don't get as much TV time.
Yeah.
It's killed Paige's career.
I know.
It really has, Travis. I hate to say it, but it has killed Paige's career.
I know.
It almost killed Natalia's career, but apparently they pulled the plug on her push and gave it to her.
Well, because the thing about Paige is, WWE is family-friendly product, and then, you want these women to be role models for the younger fans. Then you see Total Divas, and there's some young fans watching Total Divas, and you see Paige drinking. I mean, that's just a valid point.
Hey, I'm okay with your old drinking, man.
I know. I'm just talking about the younger
God. Now we move on.
It's so okay. And Owen knows why I'm saying it's so okay.
Oh, dear God.
Yes.
We got to get off that track at this point, sir.
I'm going to ask her for a Blinky cup.
Oh, God. Some big news, and I mean big news, coming about the Global Cruiserweight Tournament. It was through Progress Wrestling and for Evolve that they have announced a couple of matches that will be qualifying matches pretty much for the GCS. So you are going to be seeing Evolve 61, which we're going to be going more further in about a week or so. It's going to be May 7th in Queens, New York, and the matches will be as followed. There will be Drew Gulak and Tracy Williams going one-on-one, and they are the current reigning and defending Evolve Tag Team Champions, so that's going to be interesting. And the other one is going to be a really interesting one, Fred Yehai against TJ Perkins. That's a really good match that's going to be in Evolve. And if you want to talk about Progress, you have Zack Sabre Jr. against Flash Morgan Webster and Jack Gallagher against Bruiserweight Pete Dunne. The winners of these matches will go on to join the other talents in the tournament: Rich Swann, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Noam Dar, Akira Tozawa, Ho-Ho DeLune, and Lince Dorado.
I like that entire list. I don't know half those people, but Rich Swann, yes.
Rich Swann is awesome.
Rich Swann, yes. Too bad Angelo Dawkins can't be in there. Yes.
Oh, he's not a cruiserweight, sir. Well, he might be. I don't know anymore. So since I brought up indie results last week, I'm going to continue with them as well this week. The NWA Smoky Mountain Cup 2016 results. It was held in Kingsport, Tennessee on April 16th at the Civic Auditorium. In the first match, Anthony Henry defeated Axton Ray. These were opening round matches in the Smoky Mountain Cup tournament. Jimmy Rave defeated Kyle Matthews. Anybody that knows Jimmy Rave, he had a long-standing feud with AJ Styles in the Independents and NWA Wildside. Ali Shabazz defeated Sean Schultz. Jordan Cage over Timmy Lou Retton. Chase Owens, representing the Bullet Club, defeated Ethan Case. Jason the Gift Kincaid defeated Lio Rush, who just got signed by Ring of Honor, so shout out to him. And in tag team action, we saw Air America, Skylar Cruz, and Gavin Daring. They won a 16 gauntlet match to become the new NWA United States Tag Team Champions. The order of elimination was the Heat Seekers eliminating Dixon Line and the Hardliners, not to be confused with the Flatliners, and the Giants of Gehenna eliminating the Heat Seekers and Wild Bill and Nick Hammonds. Air America eliminated the Giants to win. And in the main event, Jordan Cage won a 6-way elimination match to win the Smoky Mountain Cup, eliminating Chase Owens after Chris Richards joined the agency and chokeslammed his former partner while the referee was knocked out. The show will be returning May 7th in Kingsport with Sean Waltman and Michael Elgin, and you can check out more information at nwasmokymountaintv.com.
Oh, and I have results from Newcastle.
I wasn't going to go into the Newcastle results.
It sounded like an okay show. Not bad.
I've got 2 sets of results left, actually, and then I'm done with news.
I'll let you go with those news, but is it possible I can just pass along the pre-sale for the SummerSlam Heatwave tour stop in Orlando?
If you'd like.
I can go after you, unless you want me to go now.
Go now.
Okay.
I thought it was ECW Heatwave.
Yes! I was there!
9.
We talked about it last week when we were talking about balls.
And, oh boy, fans just Instagram me away at Stephanie McMahon, who posted a training video. You know China died, right? And you're working out? Oh, fans. She'll find out.
People are
Worth
sad.
noting that TNA's Bob Ryder has now put out a tweet
Yes. And,
Yep.
about it.
If our viewers want to see what wrestlers are saying, I'm retweeting them on my account. So, very, very thoughtful words from everybody, and including us. So, but the WWE Live SummerSlam Heatwave Tour will be taking place on Sunday, June 26th at the Amway Center in Orlando. 7 p.m. You can buy tickets now. Pre-sale code is WWE Live. One word. You can see Roman Reigns, AJ Styles,
No.
Sheamus,
Yes.
Kevin Owens.
Yes. No. Wait, Kevin died?
The Miz.
What are you? It's Brutus's birthday, so you're like doing the Zodiac gimmick in his honor. Congratulations, Travis.
Charlotte.
What?
Never mind. Here's the point. Watch it fly away.
You can also see the Miz, Charlotte, and many more. Probably NXT talent. Exclusive pre-sale starts today at 10 a.m. So this is good, getting out there through 10 p.m. Again, the passcode is WWE Live. Tickets available to the general public this Friday, starting at $20. And this is the night before WWE visits Tampa at the Amalie Arena for Monday Night Raw on Monday, June 27th. And when you go to this event, make sure you use the hashtag WWE Orlando. And probably at this event, we'll find out whether we get a Raw or a Smackdown or yet another house show before WrestleMania 33 in April.
I demand a Hoodie Man sign.
Yes, Podcast Network, Hoodie Man.
Make sure you guys support us, because I will not be attending this event due to my saving to WrestleMania.
The other
There goes my chance of a Hoodie Man sign.
WrestleMania,
real
Ashley,
quick.
think of it?
Owen, can I just run through these things real quick?
Actually, no. I've just realised I've got to tell Aaron when he goes to Slammiversary. Please take a Hoodie Man sign. I do not care. I do not fucking care. I want to see Hoodie Man.
No.
TNA.
I will. I just don't think TNA is like WWE and say like, oh, but you can't have that sign. It's just random, so I don't think they would say anything about it. I'd be kind of shocked if they did.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, Miz and Maurice retained over Dolph Ziggler. Sammy defeated Kevin. Del Rio defeated Sandow.
Miz lost to Fandango.
Fandango wasn't on the card.
Yeah,
Eva
he was.
Page.
Read the card.
Which one are you? No.
Del Rio tapped out Damian Sandow in 2 minutes, and then afterwards he wanted more competition. Fandango beat him in 2 seconds.
Well, I don't have that. Eva Page, Natalia, and Foxy defeated Lana. Lana wrestled? Shit. Lana, Naomi, Tamina, and Summer. AJ defeated Jericho. Goldust defeated Axel with Victor, like we said earlier. Goldust actually did something. There you go, Ashley. Kalisto retained over Ryback. Kane and Big Show defeated Strowman and Rowan. And Dean beat Triple H.
This was the show that What Culture were at live.
Yeah, I wonder. I want to know what they have to say about Kane and Big Show versus Strowman and Rowan. God.
So we'll probably find out on their YouTube channel soon.
Hopefully soon.
2 more pieces of news before we end here. Tommy Dreamer's House of Hardcore put on their Hardcore 12 and 13 shows over the weekend. Some great tributes to the late, great Balls Mahoney. And a lot of really great action. The Friday night show was in Queens, and it drew 850 fans. That's not terrible. And they sold out Philadelphia with 1,400 plus. This is an interesting piece of information about HOH. So House of Hardcore is going to be running events on a monthly basis. They're going to be taking their show on the road. The promotion will be debuting in Australia on June 24th, and the school will be relocating to a new location in upstate New York. And I can still hear myself. All right. So after Dreamer brings the entire roster to the ring to talk about balls, Dreamer pays tribute, and they play Big Balls, of course, because it makes perfect sense, and it got a great reaction from the crowd, as it should. We had Thea Trinidad defeating Deonna Purrazzo with a roll-up. Little Guido Maritato defeated Alex Reynolds with the Fujiwara armbar. The Golden Boy and Team Tremendous defeated Vic Delicious, Hale Collins, and Ben Ortiz. And Pepper Parks defeated Colt Cabana with an assist from Cherry Bomb. Tony Nese defeated Brian Cage and the not YouTube Wrestling Figures heavyweight champion Brian Myers in a triple threat match, beating Myers with the 450 splash. Billy Gunn defeated Sami Callihan in a teacher versus student match, and Billy won with 2 Famousers. Bull James defeated Eddie Kingston. I'd like to see that match.
Bull Dempsey.
Yes. I know Bull Dempsey.
Bull Dempsey.
Pro Wrestling Noah Global Honored Crown Tag Team Champions, the Killer Elite Squad, Lance Hoyt and Davey Boy Smith Jr. defeated Rhino and Tommy Dreamer to retain, and Dreamer got double powerbombed to end the match. Rob Van Dam defeated Chris Hero in the main event with a 5-star frog splash. They played Big Balls again, and just Travis loves this one, to send the crowd home happy.
Yay.
So House of Hardcore 13, it basically started with the entire roster coming to ringside. Shane Douglas actually was a part of it this time. And Tommy Dreamer, Rob Van Dam, Dreamer talked about balls, and they all sang Big Balls. The entire crowd did in his honor. SoCal Val comes out to introduce Ricky Steamboat. Steamboat was talking about meeting the fans, and then Vic Delicious comes out, and he says, when I heard there was a memorial, I thought it was for Steamboat because I thought you were already dead. So the crowd, of course, being Philadelphia, shut the F up chant, and he calls Steamboat an old man, and he basically says, Steamboat turns it around and says he's slim in comparison, so the crowd chants, you fat F, of course. Steamboat says that Vic got in the ring so he could, quote-unquote, go home and tell his incestuous family he was in the ring with Ricky Steamboat. And Steamboat drops an F-bomb. Vic goes to attack, and Steamboat blocks the punch, starts chopping, and sends Vic to the back. I thought that was a good segment. We had Jade over Thea Trinidad with the package pile driver. You had Team Tremendous over Eddie Kingston and Ben Ortiz when Barry came off the ropes with a blockbuster and they got the victory. Billy Gunn defeated Bull James. when James went for a flying body press. Gunn rolls out of the way, hits the Famouser. After the match is over, he says, I'm a little blown up right now, and he pretty much puts over James. He calls him an awesome kid. He invites him to do the suck it, and Kevin Thorne comes out and lays him out. Here comes Sean Waltman to a big pop, and he lays Thorne out, and DX and Bull James do the suck it routine together. I thought that was a really cool moment. We had a three-way dance with Tony Nese defeating Chris Dickinson and Alex Reynolds. Nese came off with a 450 and stole the pin to eliminate Reynolds. Nese nails Dickinson and gets the pin. We saw Pepper Parks come out with Cherry Bomb and TJ Marconi, and she said Marconi was the bodyguard. The match with Tommy Dreamer, it was old school ECW. We got a She's Got Herpes chant. Dreamer grabs the mic and says, your mom used to come here and bang balls, and that's how he got herpes. So the crowd goes nuts, and of course, and there's a little insurance policy, and it's not Beulah McGillicuddy, it's Mickey James who comes to ringside. And at one point in the match, when Mickey cuts off Cherry Bomb's interference, Parks ends up getting involved, and the crowd boos it. So Dreamer and Mickey James use stereo testicular claws on Cherry Bomb and Pepper Parks. Parks ends up getting the win by hooking the tights after a roll-up. It was really good from what it sounds like. September 17th, they will be returning once again. House of Hardcore tickets are on sale. Brian Cage defeated Sami Callihan in a match you're probably going to see in Lucha Underground before too long. Twisting Outsider's Edge finished him off. And Killer Elite Squad once again defended their Pro Wrestling Noah Global Honored Crown Tag Team Championships against the team of Chris Hero and Colt Cabana. Hero was double team. Oh yeah, I'd love to see that match. Double team powerbomb and got the pin. So the main event, because we're in Philly, Rob Van Dam versus Rhino. Steven DeAngelis is ring announcer. And ECW chant starts. Rhino grabs the mic and says he's a politician, so he doesn't lie, and he's not going to kill himself for these people. So the fans started chanting, vote for Rhino. It basically got to me. Yeah, apparently Rhino's running for public office, so who knew? Van Dam hits the Rolling Thunder. He goes to the top. Rhino shoves him off. Rhino gets a table, ducks Van Dam's spin kick, nails the belly-to-belly. Rhino hits a DDT and gets the close call right there. Rhino puts the table in the corner. He grabs a power bomb. Van Dam escapes with a series of kicks. Van Dam gets caught in the spine buster. Rhino goes for the gore. Van Dam kicks him straight in the face. Rhino gets sent to the table. It doesn't break because it's from Japan, of course. And he was sent in again. This time the table cracked. The table was thick, according to reports. 5-star, 1, 2, 3. The match is over. Enter Sandman comes out. Brings the Sandman out after Rhino and Van Dam embrace. And then he hugs Van Dam. Dreamer gets in the ring. Rhino grabs the mic and said Sandman was the toughest man he's ever been in the ring with, and that Sandman took him to the next level and allowed him to have a future in the business and to go on to work younger talents in NXT and TNA. He gave up alcohol 7 years ago to be better for the fans, and he apologized to a fan he was giving heat to earlier, saying he was just playing heel. Thanked Van Dam and Sandman and said, they say I can't cut a promo, so for everyone who said that, you can suck a fat, you know what. Dreamer grabs the mic. Yeah, thank you, D-word. Dreamer took the mic and said they're his brothers and so are the fans. He thanked the fans, said they'll return in September, and they played Big Balls to close the show. It sounds like a really awesome show, and Tommy Dreamer puts on some stellar shows. If you get a chance to check out House of Hardcore, I would definitely take it up.
Yeah, but the really confusing thing is their next two shows are going to be in Canada. And Australia. And
yes.
Australia.
Yes, the Canada shows. I will be talking about those very soon, actually.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Not yet.
No. That hurts. That hurts so much.
So let's talk about Smackdown real quick. It's going to be airing later tonight in the U.S. Ace already saw it because he's Canadian. And main event tapings.
Canada heat all over again. Boo.
Main event tapings: Apollo Crews over Curtis Axel. Summer Rae over Alicia Fox. Yes, push continues. Big Show and Kane defeated Braun Strowman and Eric Rowan with a double choke slam. You're going to see on SmackDown this week Miz TV with AJ Styles. AJ denies that Gallows and Anderson were involved at all. Like, he has no idea what's going on. AJ attacks The Miz. Interesting. The main event was announced to be Sami Zayn and Dean Ambrose against Kevin Owens and Chris Jericho. Ryback beats Kalisto non-title, and then he holds up the U.S. Championship, so we're probably looking at a title rematch at Payback.
A title rematch that'll be on the pre-show.
Baron Corbin and Dolph Ziggler never started because Corbin attacked Ziggler. And AJ beat The Miz in a non-title match with the springboard forearm. Miz went to walk out, but Anderson and Gallows came out to stop him. There was an interesting thing for the live audience. The Miz was still complaining about Anderson and Gallows, but Shane McMahon came out of nowhere, and he ended up beating up The Miz and tossing him from the ring.
Yeah.
This will not air on SmackDown tonight. It was officially announced that Anderson and Gallows...
It aired on the Russian stream again.
Of course it did! And this is for you, Travis. Anderson and Gallows will be officially making their in-ring debut against Jimmy and Jey Uso this Monday night on Raw.
Defeat them.
R-Truth beat Fandango with Goldust as special guest referee.
I want to see that so bad.
Enzo and Big...
You know what the worst thing is? R-Truth and Goldust celebrate afterwards.
Yeah. Enzo and Cass came out. The Vaudevillains came out. They pretty much just ran their mouths. Paige and Natalya beat Bad when the PTO and Sharpshooter combo. And in the main event, Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens defeated Dean Ambrose and Sami Zayn when Jericho shoved Ambrose off the top rope. Ambrose got his legs caught up in the ropes, and Owens pinned him. The show also ended with dark matches with Dolph Ziggler beating Baron Corbin via countout, and AJ Styles over Alberto Del Rio with the springboard forearm. That is your SmackDown spoilers that will be airing tomorrow.
I have a little quick thing that I just saw. The average ticket for Payback on secondary market is $211.40.
Hey, Cleveland.
That's stupid. Hi, Cleveland.
Bye-bye.
Welcome,
I
Cleveland.
don't know. I don't think we're in that sort of mood, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Man, I miss y'all, man.
Uh-oh.
I don't think Cleveland knows.
I messaged him.
Oh.
Cleveland, do you not know what happened?
Jesus has returned.
Okay, no. That would mean no. He doesn't know.
Well, he saw the message, so I'm not trying to make a weed joke, but someone might still be celebrating 420.
Listen, first off, I don't smoke weed. I'm high off love. But second off, China, you told me she died. Now, is that going to shake the foundation that I walk on? Not necessarily. It is going to, I'm never going to view her porno again. I'll say that. You know, out of respect, I might do it one last time. But I'm not going to, I do, wish her family the best, but it's not really, killing me inside.
Well, admittedly, you weren't on the show when it just broke in the middle of us doing stuff.
Yeah, it was when the news broke. Travis was just talking about it.
I brought it up. I was the idiot that brought up any sort of porno activity with her.
I was just talking about how May 10th she's going to be on the show Botched, but I don't even know if that's happening now.
Do you guys think it had anything to do with drugs?
We'll talk about Cleveland. Me and you will talk about that later.
All right.
I sort of want to address that because directly, no. Indirectly, yes.
Ashley, I'm not trying to say anything because it's not official yet, but there are reports of her having not issues with it, but having medicine for anxiety and depressants. So it could have possibly been an accidental overdose.
I'm saying without any of that information, through what she's been through in the past, whether she's on meds now or not, I still think that what she's been through in the past would have, that sort of thing would have an impact on anybody.
Yeah, to completely be disowned by a company that you literally gave your blood, sweat, and tears to. I remember watching the King of Kings DVD documentary of Triple H, whatever, and like her and Shawn Michaels saying like how they just found her like in a gym, like doing her little bodybuilding stuff. I'm like, if you guys could have left her alone, she probably would have had a well-flourishing career in bodybuilding if you guys would have just left her alone. You decided to bring her into the life of the WWE. You decided to make her a girlfriend of yours or a sex object of yours, and then you decided to push her away from the WWE as far as the NXT.
That's the weird thing about her first proper porno. I don't want to bring it up, but there's actually a lot more wrestling insight in her sort of interviews.
Okay, I don't want to hear none of my cast members die.
What?
I don't know. I feel like someone just fell out of their chair.
Oh my goodness.
It's just a sad situation. I'm quoting fucking Elton John lyrics now.
I like Shawn Michaels' words here. He says, "I got to call you a lot of things. I was most proud I was able to call you a true friend."
I want to know what the hell Triple H is going to say. That's what I want to. And I want to know if they're even going to bring this up on Raw.
I think
keep in mind.
I think Hunter's asleep right now because it's what time, Ashley?
6 in the morning, which means he'll be up.
Yeah, he might have just woken up.
No, he just probably got called by everybody.
He basically he sleeps for only like 3 hours a day or whatever. So he could be up already.
Yeah.
Where are they supposed to be today? I think are they in Belfast?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, they're in Belfast tonight.
And then the other show is it actually mainland Europe, like France or something?
I think so.
Or are they also in the UK again?
He says the shows that he's working is Newcastle, Brussels, Paris, and Malaga.
Right, so he'll be in Belgium. Because he's on that side of it all.
Right.
It'll be interesting. I mean, it probably won't be brought up on, Belgian television.
Hmm.
Because I don't think he's actually the guy that's appearing on television to talk about it. Obviously, like with the UK, you saw Charlotte and Paige and Rick doing the publicity instead. But I mean, they might do some sort of 10-bell salute thing. I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not ruling it in either.
I'm curious to see if they'll do anything on SmackDown or if they'll just do something on Raw.
They might do. I think they might do something on Raw. I don't think they'll do something tomorrow on SmackDown. I think it's too late.
No, they could rush something in if they really wanted to. They've done it before.
They might do both. Hell.
They did it for Macho.
Right.
Admittedly, he's on somewhat of a different level than than China was.
Right.
But I mean, it's somebody that was integral to the success of the Attitude Era and what saved that company from going into extinction, along with Austin 316 and all the other stuff.
If they kept going at the rate that they were going before the Attitude Era, WWE would have been put out of business by WCW easily. We have a much different landscape right now.
Keep in mind, WWE didn't acknowledge Jacqueline getting her tits out at one official pay-per-view and the other being sort of a segment that never got properly aired on television.
Right.
Hey, Owen.
The one that was in the UK, that was a whole lot of shaking going off. You know what I'm saying? That was full frontal, because they could get away with it because it was British television.
Right.
Steph just tweeted.
Oh, did she?
I just heard the tragic news of that China has passed. She was truly a pioneer in our industry, and she will truly be missed. And WWE just retweeted it, which that could possibly be Stephanie running the Twitter account, just retweeting it so everyone sees it.
That probably is her, to be honest, because I don't think she's gone over. She's staying to do sort of the corporate stuff, in Stamford.
Yeah, she's not over there. I think she's. I'm pretty. Yeah, she didn't go over to the UK.
Well, somebody's got to look after the shop while Vince and Co are, overseas.
Right.
And considering she is the legit, is it CEO, I guess?
I believe so.
She's a principal owner.
Yeah, but that's the is she actually, is it CFO that she is? Technically.
I think so. Because isn't Triple H the COO?
I don't know whether that's real or not real though.
Okay.
You'd have to look at. Hang on. I'm gonna stop playing 2048. Go to the WWE. Say there.
I have a breaking tweet, I should say, instead of breaking news. As I come back from missing an actor for a little bit. No, I was writing a long post on Instagram because it's getting old writing long posts on Instagram. But Stephanie McMahon had just tweeted 2 minutes ago.
I just talked about that, Aaron.
Oh, wow, you're on top of that? Because I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet from a friend that said she really did. I'm like, did what? Okay. I thought how she passed away out there. So.
Now, Aaron, refresh my memory for a little bit about China and TNA. So I can't remember. I think it was with Kurt Angle. What was the point in bringing? Now, what was in the storyline that Kurt Angle brought her back as his tag team partner?
It was a mistress for Kurt Angle, and it was to spice things up between Kurt Angle and his wife Karen being taken away from Jeff Jarrett in their long storied feud that year in 2011.
Oh, okay. Because I remember watching the video, and all I remember from that video was like, my mystery tag team partner is, and then Taz going crazy and like, is that who I think it is?
So, Travis, for clarification, Triple H is storyline COO.
Okay.
his actual titles is that he's a minority owner, just like Shane and Stephanie are, because family. He's exec vice president of talent, live events, and creative.
Yeah.
He's on the board of directors.
Okay.
He's a producer and senior producer for the NXT stuff, obviously. And Stephanie is chief brand officer.
So she would be CBO then.
That term isn't used, but yeah, if you wanted to acronymize it, it would be, I guess, yeah.
And Shane's not on there, is he?
Shane is just minority owner because of his family ties.
Okay.
But keep in mind, he's been busy with his China telecom stuff and everything up until up until being put into the storyline and everything that he's in.
Yeah. Who's CEO?
Vince.
He's CEO and COO?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I think.
That surprises you?
That's the problem right there.
Like, Travis,
No more.
let that sink in, Travis.
God.
Let me have a quick look. Yeah, Vince is chairman and CEO.
Oh yeah, that's right, chairman and CEO.
So that means he is. Oh, fuck. That's. Oh God.
And
I think it's kind of cool when you are the boss and you also work for the boss. That's kind of cool.
Oh no, not Vince.
I mean, I would like myself wear a blue shirt and some khakis, go to Walmart, work, and then do something bad. Oh, I would like to talk to your manager. Be like, hold on 1 second, change into a collar blue shirt, come out. I am the manager.
Yeah, but keep in mind, because of all that, you do know who now works under Triple H. Mark Carano.
Mark
God.
Carano.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
he is only a talent
did you see a
relations
tweet?
executive. He is
No.
a senior.
Okay, good.
He's
So,
junior senior.
is she going to be put in the Hall of Fame?
Cleveland, I had just tweeted Steph McMahon that, and I said Pioneers get inducted into the Hall of Fame last time I checked, Steph.
Is she going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame?
And Stephanie
I
McMahon is
tweeted
now
that
going to
she
block
did.
you on Twitter. Thank you for all you've done for the community and for the
Problem
WWE. We are now sending you future endeavors.
It's true.
problem is,
Everybody else is saying it.
the problem is you've got Sonny in there,
Right.
and she's tarnished her career since then. Using that name, using the fact that, or at least Vivid are using the fact that she is a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
So that's looking negative on them. China ever since doing the porn has wanted to atone for it because she realised, that the only reason she did it is because they offered her a shit ton of money, and at that point, she needed the money.
Right.
Yeah, she did what she had to do. Not everybody's going to agree with it. I don't think, obviously we as a panel give our family and her fans and her friends condolences. We may not condone what she did after her wrestling career, but besides
Get the fuck out of here. We don't watch this.
Hold on. But besides the negatives and what she did for wrestling, she was a pioneer for women's wrestling, what it is today. There you go. There's the reason and justification inducted in the Hall of Fame.
If you can't let China be in because of what she's done, that means you can't let Mickie James be in.
Right.
I mean, okay, it wasn't sort of, hardcore porn.
It was
But
beautiful.
it would still what
Listen to Cleveland.
God,
it would still
Cleveland, what the
WWE
fuck?
would classify as pornographic content.
It was amazing.
So, as we always do to end the podcast, we talk about NXT. And I need to know who actually watched the show tonight.
I didn't get a chance. I'll be completely honest.
Well,
I'm interested to see what matches are on this, because all I saw from sort of the NXT Twitter is if I can get the list up, if it's somewhere on the forums that I'm looking at.
there was only 4 matches tonight.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Gotta go to the next page. Ah. Don't know why I'm sounding like Matrimon. Yeah, confirmed tonight from what I saw was Enzo and Big Cass, because you can't call him Cole and Cassidy anymore. Because apparently that's another thing that got absolutely ripped the fuck out of on Raw that we missed, thanks to Russia. The debut of Jose, Samoa Joe versus Apollo Crews, and some match taped to Access. I'm just intrigued as to what they picked out of the pick and mix bin.
So, Enzo and Cass against American Alpha starts out the show. Really solid back and forth tag match. It all led to the hot tag. Jason Jordan comes in with a House of Fire. When Enzo goes for the middle rope DDT, Scotty 2 Hottie middle rope DDT, gets caught. Release Northern Lights. He drops the straps. He charges in with a shoulder. And they hit the Grand Amplitude to get the victory. Really good. Good passing of the torch match between the two babyface teams of NXT. And when Jordan and Gable won, it was really cool to see Enzo and Cass watching them from the top of the ramp, like the ball's in your court now. Not surprising there. One of the things I really liked here is when Jordan went for the diving shoulder in the corner the first time, Cass jumped in his path and made sure he didn't hit Enzo. I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Apollo Crews doesn't like bullies. Thinks Samoa Joe's a bully, and he's going to show him what he's capable of tonight. He says, "Welcome everyone to the Age of Apollo." We get the debut of No Way Jose. We'll see what this guy looks like, what this guy comes off. He kind of reminds me of Questlove.
Yeah.
That's the best way to put it. That's who he looks like. He's got.
Yeah, I actually saw him at a tape recording and well, not a tape, a live event, and I thought he was annoying. Oh my goodness, he was so annoying.
No Way Jose or Questlove?
Well, Questlove is my nigga. I'm talking about No Way Jose.
Okay, right on. Fair enough. So, No Way Jose faces Alexander Wolf. It was a short squash match just to introduce everybody. He goes for an airplane spin, and then he stops. And then it's like he's dancing while he's doing it. And he stops really quick in the middle of it. It's kind of like trying to shake off the cobwebs from the spinning. And he does it again. He hits a Finley roll. And he ends up winning with a punch. He basically sets up like he's getting ready to throw a fastball, and he throws a punch. Like he winds up and then the pitch, and then he punches him right in the chest. That's going to take a while to get used to. That's a weak finish. Get a real move.
I mean, I guess the people's elbow is just the elbow, but at least like
It was a punch.
Like, wow, okay, all right.
Nothing about No Way Jose says baseball, so I don't know why he's using that setup, but we'll figure it out soon. Austin Aries in the back with Alex Reyes. He says he doesn't believe in luck for everybody that says good luck to him. He doesn't need luck because he's got skill. And if Baron Corbin wants to find him, he's not a hard guy to find. He says there's only one man on a double level, and that's him. So Austin Aries once again still feuding with Baron Corbin. William Regal is talking to Elias Sampson in the back, and that match we talked about with Shinsuke Nakamura and Elias Sampson, it's going to happen next week. The aforementioned match that Ashley mentioned as some random match from Access ended up being Nia Jax and Deonna Purrazzo.
Oh, yeah, that's such a random match. No one cares.
Oh, no.
Short, straight, and to the point, Purrazzo got some shine, got cut off with the Samoan drop. Nia Jax wins with a leg drop.
Yes, Deonna Purrazzo. Oh my God.
Eva Marie and Asuka is next week.
Fights for no rights of any woman.
And Bailey does a promo basically saying that Eva Marie is no pushover, and she'll be watching for the winner for next week with Asuka and Eva Marie.
She said Eva Marie has no push? That's a lie.
It's even worse. She says Eva Marie's no pushover.
Oh my goodness, guys. Give the girl some credit.
No, I will never give Eva Marie credit until I see her actually wrestle well.
You guys look at her like Donald Trump looks at Cinco de Mayo. Like,
oh my God.
No, Cleveland, here's the thing.
No.
When we go to NXT next week, are you going to be cheering for her?
Oh my goodness, yes. I'm gonna have
Alicia.
You might be the only one.
And I will cuss out anybody that tells me different.
You're going to cuss out her whole section then.
Okay.
You're gonna cuss out everybody in the building. You might as well just get up on. You might as well just get in the ring and be fucking Paul Heyman for Eva Marie.
Right.
Not even Paul Heyman can get Eva Marie over. That's sad.
You guys are gonna be talking on the podcast. You're gonna get this just in. Dies after an angry mob attacks him. You're like, it's Aaron gonna get on the podcast. I told him not to cheer for it. He did.
And he's gonna become the next. Oh my gosh, what was it? So many years ago, that Intruder song. You guys remember that, right?
The what?
Antoine Dodson.
Antoine Dodson. Aaron's gonna be the next Antoine Dodson.
Oh wow!
I told him so.
I tell you.
I'm funny.
I tell you, Cleveland. As soon as it gets to fucking NXT next week, if Eva Marie comes out, you need to just mark the fuck out and cheer.
Because whenever they will filter your yes. They will make her a fucking face. They'll be like, wow, someone's actually cheering for her. Let's just make her a face instantly.
She's facing Asuka. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It'll be even worse, though, Travis. They'll use his pops and use it for Roman Reigns.
That's a good transition.
Real quick, guys. Do you guys ever notice that there's this one guy who's like at every wrestling show in the crowd? He like I first saw him when Brock Lesnar had came back to WWE, and when Brock Lesnar did his like signature move, taunt where he like threw his elbows behind him, it showed like him with the guy in the crowd doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who is he?
He's a stalker.
If I see him at NXT, I'm gonna be like, yo, I don't know what you do for a living, okay? But I'm in. I'm in.
Well, I was the only one that was. Oh, who was I cheering? I was the only one cheering Kevin Owens in the entire Yum Center.
What is wrong with your city?
They were an hour away from Cincinnati. Dean Ambrose land.
Main event.
There were people that came down because they did the Cincinnati house show.
Oh yeah.
The Louisville house show, Nashville Raw.
I mean,
And we sat next to some of them, and they were decked out in their Dean Ambrose gear. I'm like, I looked at my dad, and I looked at them. I looked at my dad. I leaned over to my dad. I'm like, Dad, these people are fucks.
I was gonna say, like, first the students at your school not knowing many of the women.
Oh my gosh.
This. Oh.
All I know is like while a match is going that I don't like, I'm gonna be like, pray for Tyson Kidd. Pray for Tyson Kidd. Pray for Tyson Kidd.
More like pray for Titus O'Neil. Dang.
And if anybody says like anything against me, I'm gonna be like, oh, you don't like prayer? Well, guess what? I got another chant for you. God's not dead. God's not dead.
God's not dead. He's surely alive.
I shit you not. I will have the whole crowd singing "God's Not Dead" during the match.
Hey, you need to do that during the tapings.
If I'm able to do that, I want money. Like I need money from NXT.
He needs royalty, guys.
They can take it from Elias Sampson. It's not like he's doing anything anyway.
Wow.
Next season was so much fun.
And in the main event,
Yeah, Samoa Joe.
Samoa Joe and Apollo Crews.
Please tell me he didn't win.
Crews had the match basically won with a leaping enziguri and a standing moonsault. But Joe kicked out.
There's the butt.
Hits the snap power slam. Apollo counters with a bicycle kick and goes for the Crews missile, but Joe side headlock takeovers out of it. Apollo charges him. He eats the ST Joe, and he starts pounding away with knee strikes. Front kick to the face, and then he locks in the Coquina clutch, and Apollo Crews taps out.
Really? They let my man tap out?
Yep.
Like whatever, if you want him to lose, okay, he's doing better things in WWE. But tap out?
I don't know if I would say better things in
He's
WWE.
not
We
doing
haven't
better
seen that
things in
yet.
WWE at all.
The issue there, of course, is if people have just signed up to the network and are interested to see what this Apollo Crews kid has done.
Right.
I shouldn't have said the word kid because he's old. But the fact that the very first match that they might see is him basically losing Samoa Joe, who isn't on the main.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it was for Sami Zayn, That's actually probably why he didn't go over, because they thought it was a bit uncredible, rather than incredible, but uncredible. That he loses to Nakamura and then, gets the glory from out of nowhere, Mania 32. That's why they're going to build it over the upcoming few months.
Yeah. I saw something on Raw that I thought was a good direction, but it was like a risky direction, and that was Apollo Crews joining the Social Outcasts. But that would only work if the Social Outcasts themselves had their shit together, because people are being wrongfully suspended, like I don't know, Adam Rose. So
Adam Rose, posted a lengthy statement.
We've already
talked about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
I mean, my bad. I wasn't there. All I'm saying is my man was wrongfully suspended. But it seems like WWE trying to kick out all my niggas. So.
Neil for touching Vince. Oh, that WWE.
Fact remains, this edition of NXT was pretty good. 2 really great matches to bookmark the show. The squash for No Way Jose, I'm curious to see where we go with this, what he does, if they give him a real finish. the Nia Jax squash really did nothing. So
He needs to no way, Jose. I wasn't. Reports online said that he was really over with the crowd. Not like on Shinsuke Nakamura level. He needs work. He needs work.
he needs to tighten up his game a little bit because he's not as fluid as I would expect him to be from all the praise that he's gotten so far.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's
I'm not
annoying.
neutral.
He's a rookie though.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh shit.
He's an annoying rookie.
Well, he's probably going to end up like Mojo Rawley for me.
Well, see, the interesting thing here is that when me and Cleveland go to NXT at Full Sail next week, this will be the first time the Full Sail crowd will see Shinsuke and No Way Jose. We know Full Sail is going to lose their shit when Shinsuke comes out.
Well,
But
yeah.
when No Way Jose comes out, is he going to get booed? Or is he going to get cheered? Or in the middle? And is that actually his name? No Way Jose?
That's his gimmick name, yeah.
That's dumb.
And all of a sudden, there's this tweet that might have forced WWE's hand. Because even NBC News is now reporting about the legendary boundary-breaking pro wrestler China passing away.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh.
And considering NBC, USA.
That's pretty. Those are pretty big outlets, and I'm actually getting like retweets by the dozens for what I said to Stephanie McMahon. So,
Which apparently doesn't exist now.
her tweet?
I don't know whether she pulled it.
Oh, come on, Stephanie.
Come on, Stephanie. Don't be like that, Stephanie.
Nobody cared about your midnight workout. People were mourning about China's death.
That was it. The tweet now says, I just heard the tragic news that she's passed. The thing about the workout has now disappeared.
Oh, you cunt.
Wow.
Good God, Aaron.
And that is the end of the podcast.
Seriously.
Thank you all for watching.
Excuse me, can I say? Excuse me, can I say what I want to say?
Well, excuse us.
Oh shit.
Excuse me, princess.
Anyway, Aaron, what did you say? What did you retweet after Stephanie's tweet?
Well, all I said was pioneers get inducted into the hashtag WWEHOF last time I checked, which we all know is WWE.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that.
And no, I mean seriously, like why would she delete a tweet like I stand by what I said about Stephanie just now. Seriously, what did she think the backlash from fans was going to be? Not inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Someone just tweeted the hashtag RIP China. She was the original Ronda Rousey. She was a badass woman who you could rally behind and believe she was a legit badass.
Wow. That's a good comparison to modern day.
Yeah, they're a very good comparison.
It really sucks that we're talking about TNA, we're having a nice little fun conversation, and then all of a sudden we get to news and we're talking about Conor McGregor, and the next thing you know, I see this tweet that runs across my feed, and it's just like it stops the podcast dead in its tracks because this is just such outrageous news right now, and we won't find out information for a while, but
well, see, honestly,
they'll have to do the autopsy, and then they'll have to do a toxicology report because they always do that nowadays.
Well, I don't know how safe this is for eWrestling News to report breaking update that could have been an overdose. I don't think that's really safe to say right now. That's the only piece of speculation that I've
I said earlier.
Yeah, you did say it earlier?
I said earlier that she's been doing prescription drugs because of her anxiety and her depression.
Oh,
in an accidental overdose.
Yeah, because
I don't want to say that Meltzer speaks the truth, but just checking his Twitter, he's now, I guess, obviously, because he's been busy and hasn't been tweeting anything.
Obviously.
He's somebody asked him, whether that China will ever get acknowledged on this week, and he pretty much, Meltzer says they have to. It's just like Randy Savage, because there was, a lot of things about that had a lot of controversy. All the rumors regarding him and Stephanie.
And another thing, I don't care if I get heat off of this. I honestly don't give a damn. But if WWE does in some way, shape, or form acknowledge her, they're just a bunch of dickheads.
Well, no, they will acknowledge her.
Will is so fucking fed up right now.
No, they will acknowledge her, but they're just dickheads if she doesn't go in the Hall of Fame.
Dickheads is a bit strong, but insensitive, I think.
I swear, white people just know how to
would be
make
the
this
phrase that I'd
dude.
use for Hall of Fame. I'd say it's not even an option now.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why Stephanie should not have tweeted that and not expected to get all this outcry from fans that really want to see her in the Hall of Fame. Who cares what Hunter thinks of her? Who cares what bad PR she brings to the company? She can't bring any bad PR to the company now. This is in her memory. Whoever accepts the induction is beyond me. I don't know. Could be her manager. Could be close friend, wrestler. I love how some wrestlers are actually tweeting pictures of her and Eddie Guerrero, which I never had knowledge until tonight that they were a pair. And WWE had just their satin.
What?
Oh, hold on.
You never knew that they were together?
Never.
And you know what? Someone tweeted that actually, or I think it was on Instagram. Someone said that.
I don't know whether they were together, and as in inverted commas.
No, they ran a program together, and it was a big time deal.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Someone said on Twitter that once she gets to the gates of heaven, Eddie's gonna walk up to her and say, "Mamacita."
That's a good one. And I wasn't watching wrestling in the 90s, so.
And then there's that tweet which we will not acknowledge because, oh my god.
Oh no! I've actually met him in person, so I'm really shocked. I met him a few times actually. Okay. WWE. Okay. WWE has. I just wanted to get this out there that WWE has officially acknowledged her passing.
Yeah.
And Mick
Triple
Foley,
H obviously hasn't retweeted it yet because he's probably sleeping on the plane over to Brussels.
Probably. I'm sure Stephanie was like to Triple H, "Help! The fans are attacking me. What do we do for next year's?"
I mean, like, if freaking Stephanie didn't acknowledge it, like, she's basically saying, "Hey, I know I love to say about empowering women and all that kind of stuff, but I'm gonna keep quiet about this." The person that paved the way for divas like Natalia, Beth Phoenix, Tamina, but whatever.
I mean, China did her thing in wrestling. What was outside of the ring should be really separate. But as a dirt sheet had told me earlier, mainstream media is to blame for that. Mainstream media is toxic.
I mean, what the hell? John Cena is not the best person out of the ring. That has been proven, recorded. John Cena is an adulterer. He's an asshole outside of the ring. Even in freaking
never thought that. I know he dumped his high school sweetheart.
He cheated on her with Cubana Les.
Oh, I thought it was Nikki at the time.
No, a porn star. Cheated on her with a porn star.
When did Nikki come along then?
Afterwards.
Yeah, after Kendra.
Yeah, Kendra Lust. And that's the reason why with marriage she's all shaky about. It has, and which is kind of bullshit Because he's not shaky with relationships and marriage because of what his ex did. He's shaky because of what he did.
That's why Kendra has done 2 porn parodies with somebody dressed up mysteriously like a John Cena looking person.
But yeah, so like
hidden, open, closed, not known but not known knowledge. If you know what I'm saying.
yeah, so freaking John Cena isn't definitely not the best guy outside of the ring. Why do they keep on showing him so much love?
Because he's has much.
Travis's favorite Twitter account, Total Divas, has tweeted on China.
It's going, keep in mind some people will have been asleep when this got announced at what?
Oh, I know. That's
midnight Eastern. Some people in the UK will be waking up to this, considering it's 7 in the morning now.
That's right.
But I want to. If there's nothing else to talk about, I do want to end this podcast on a good note. I don't know which tweet I should read, either Melina or Abyssus, because they're both really heartfelt. But they're both the same message. Tell the people in your life that you love them. You'll never know where it can be the last. # life is too short for anything else, and that is so true. In the case of last week's death of Balls Mahoney and this week's death, which is only a day after the 1-week anniversary of Balls Mahoney's death. Now China has passed away. So you got to cherish your life, and you got to tell the ones that you love, because they can be gone in an instant.
And unfortunately, if you can't tell that person, then you just have to hope that they know. Because if you can't tell them yourself, you have to hope that they know that you're still thinking about them.
Absolutely. Amen.
I definitely know how that feels. I'm sure everybody else does as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to end the WWE, NXT, TNA, Lucha Underground, I Believe in Wrestling, House of Hardcore, NWA Smoky Mountain, Total Divas, and and most importantly, rest in peace, Joni Lauer Popcast for tonight. We've had some fun tonight. We've had a long, detailed conversation about what's going on with TNA. Hopefully, we'll find out more information soon. We'll see what happens with that. And we've discussed everything, and I think we had a nice fitting tribute to Joni Lauer and her memory, and that's going to be how we're going to end it tonight. So, as always, thanks everyone for joining us live or in archive. And we know it went long tonight, but that kind of news doesn't break very often, and we just had to be heartfelt about our thoughts about the situation in general. So, Cleveland, you weren't able to be here for the entire podcast. We do, as always, appreciate you joining us every single week here.
No problem.
And with that being said, Cleveland, please put yourself over, sir.
All right. Well, follow Cleveland on Instagram and on Twitter at ControCleve, ControcLeve. You could follow me on Snapchat, ControCleve without the E at the end. ControcLeve. You should also subscribe to me on YouTube, where you can catch all my funny videos and podcasts from the past, future podcasts that I have planned. And that's just Cleveland Henry. ClevelandHenry.
All right. And there's a link in the description bar below to Cleveland's YouTube channel if you need that link, and same with his Twitter.
I'm funny.
Indeed. Will.
All right, you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at HHNDog. That is day, good lord, DAWG. And the link to my YouTube channel is in the description bar. And you can also follow me on Periscope at the Click Forever One. And yeah, rest in peace, China. God rest her soul. And yeah, thanks for having me as always.
Absolutely. My
Ross
pleasure.
just found out.
Yeah, I know. I saw him tweet about it.
Yeah.
Who just found out?
King Ross.
King Ross from What Culture?
Did you guys see the JR tweet?
I did not.
There was a couple, but the one that hit me was he had been planning on having her on the Ross report soon, but now that would never happen.
It's a sad state of affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Travis?
You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, now Periscope. I fixed it. Periscope, Facebook. You can follow me on everything at Travis Coaster. And for the podcast I do on Friday nights, you can follow that on Twitter at CoasterCasters and on all the other social medias at the CoasterCasters Podcast. That's it.
Aaron?
You can like my Facebook fan page at Mr. Entertainment92. The same handle goes for Instagram. Follow me on Twitter and Periscope at Mr. Mr. ENT92 and Mr. Entertainment on Vine and Wrestling Mino, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Mr. Entertainment, for podcasts, reviews, and the vlogs. The vlogs are coming back this week and also next week with a special guest making his debut on my channel, Cleveland. That should be a very fun vlog. As for podcasts, I will be on the Coaster Casters podcast tomorrow night with Travis, Coaster, and Owen. Follow Travis Coaster. I'm sorry?
Must be nice.
Follow at Travis Coaster on Twitter and Instagram for the start time for this week's podcast. And next week, I'll be on the WWE Popcast with Owen, Ashley, and Cleveland. Travis will be in the chat room, and Will will be on. And also next week as well, we'll all be reunited again to talk about more wrestling, and hopefully no more wrestlers are, taken away from us for a very, very long time. But that's just how the first half of 2016 is becoming not really nice to us when it comes to people lost in different industries every corner of the world. So, but thanks for listening, everybody, and staying up with us. Stay entertained. Have a good night, and we'll talk to you guys soon. And R.I.P. China.
Ashley?
I'm trying to work out who's got the coffee machine on.
It sounds like espresso is being made right now.
That's what I'm saying. Check out the
Cleveland, what are you doing?
It's on Ashley's end.
No, it isn't.
There we go.
I mean, it can't be on my end because I've got headphones plugged in. So if it's somehow causing reverb, then it's seriously 50 Shades of fucked up. Check out the archives of my shows on the SNS Radio Network at snsradionetwork.com, being Whole Indie Show and SNS Sticks and Flicks. Game of Ash should be back on Monday, covering I don't know what, because God. Find me on Twitter at Ash is my name UK, and to be quite honest, just watch a WWE China match somewhere on the internet.
Very true. You can follow me on Twitter at Sir Owen Disney. Follow the Popcast Network on Twitter at Popcast Network. Check out our Zazzle store, zazzle.com /Popcast Network for your Popcast Network merchandise. More stuff being added soon. So we have a Facebook fan page. It's under Sir Owen Disney Pop, or search for Sir Owen Disney and Popcast Network. And want to shoot a note out to you guys. So tomorrow is a brand new sip and snack. We'll be doing some cookies. Friday, AJ's movie reviews will be The Huntsman, Mr. Right, and a couple other things. So that should be fun. Saturday, video to be announced, and Sunday, brand new versus your cryptic comment. I believe it's Nose. Who knows what I'm talking about? A Nose. Gavin with Ash returns on Monday. Raw Popcast, Monday night, 11:30 p.m. Should have another Halloween Horror Nights podcast before too long. Had a great time last time around, and we're going to be doing it again very soon, something tells me. So, once again, thanks everyone for joining us tonight. Thank you, Acer, for showing up in chat. Thank you, Media Nut, for showing up in chat tonight. So, once again, at Acer1337, yes in a row, that's on Twitter, and Acer5000 on YouTube. And that's bringing you all the podcasts you should be listening to, wrestling and or otherwise. If you want to know what's good to listen to, Acer's the Twitter account you need to follow. And he's also a very loyal supporter of the Podcast Network, and we appreciate him greatly. Maybe someday we'll have him on here down the line. Who knows what will happen. Mm-hmm. But as always, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more this evening or this morning you have chosen a podcast.
And also, Owen, I'm going to let you finish. I got the perfect way to close out the show before we end off.
I want to thank everyone for watching, or in this case, watching our faces on a Google Hangout. Thank you for listening tonight. And you never know what you have until it's gone. And basically the last thing I'll say here is, if you need to say something to someone, find a way to let them know. Whether you say it to their face or other mediums in order to get it done, you need to make sure somebody knows, because you don't want the unknown to be the last thing that someone hears. So, thank you everyone for watching, and until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.